Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we take our seats? I take it half the room is either still sleeping or at breakfast. But thank you so much for making it on time. And welcome to those who've just recently joined us. My name is Tapiwa Chizana. I'm chairperson of the Matabeleland Society, and I'll be your chairperson or MC this morning. Just a few notices as we commence our program this morning. Just a reminder for us to wear the black t-shirts, compliments of Old Mutual today. We thank Old Mutual for sponsoring, being one of the sponsors of this event. There's an ICAZ raffle. If you are interested in participating in that raffle, we strongly encourage, please may you go to the Secretariat's office just across the hall. It's $10 a ticket. Tonight there's also a ICAZ raffle. But to participate in that raffle, you need to bring your business card. So please bring your business card at the gala dinner this evening to be able to participate in the ICAZ raffle. Outside, you'll notice that there are some branded items, some ICAZ branded items. Please may you support the Institute and buy one or two items from there. And then as well, outside, you'll notice that there is a notice board. That's where you need to note down what sport you're going to be participating in this afternoon. So please may you do that during the break. It'll just help with the planning for the sporting activities this afternoon. There is a spouses program this morning. I understand that there's some things in store for spouses who want to be visiting the town area, and the meeting point is the reception at 10 o'clock this morning. So that's an option for the spouses this morning. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker this morning, who is Dr. Marco Kwaramba, the World Bank country economist for Zimbabwe and Swaziland. Marco Kwaramba is prior to joining the bank, he served as a lecturer of economics at various universities in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and as an economist at the Ministry of Water and Infrastructural Development in Zimbabwe. Marco holds a PhD in economics from the University of Witwatersrand. He did his PhD coursework at the University of Cape Town. He has published several journal articles in various themes, including macroeconomics, trade policy, and growth. So without further ado, Dr. Marco Kwaramba, we welcome you to the podium. Let's give him a hand as he comes through. Thank you.
Good morning. It is great honor to be here and to present to accountants and financial managers. So basically, what is interesting about this presentation is that I believe accountants believe in numbers. We also economists believe in numbers, but the only difference is that as economists we try to project, we try to focus. But you deal with real or what has actually happened. And we also deal with assumptions. So today, from this topic, you can see we try to unpack sort of government mega deals and how can they help Zimbabwe economic problems. We know basically what are economic problems in Zimbabwe, from the fiscal side, from growth side, from, let's say, the current account side. These are sort of problems. Cash shortages, the recent cash shortages, these are problems of Zimbabwe. So what I'm going to do is that this is my first presentation where I will not be very specific to the question. I'm speaking in behalf of the World Bank. So basically, as the World Bank, we are saying World Bank actually deals with a lot of projects. It deals with it advises government, or it deals with member states to advise government in different forms. One of it is these infrastructure issues. And we have, as World Bank, they have actually done a lot of technical assistance or technical assessment. Example, actually, it's Wange, thermal power, and this the other thing. Then we also have this. I'm basically what I'm going to do is I'm speaking in terms of literature. World Bank has extensive literature on these infrastructure problems. You know that in the 1960s, World Bank was focusing on dams, and it actually sort of shifted to these small projects that can actually benefit the poor. So what is the outline? So basically what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to define what are mega projects. And after that, I will try to spell the benefits. But we know that these benefits are not the benefits, because we are saying these are infrastructure problems, these are infrastructure issues. That's the Zimbabwe should actually sort of implement. Okay, so we are saying these are infrastructure issues that Zimbabwe should actually implement, or have implemented, or are about to implement. Then we also have this. We say that for these benefits to occur, there is something that should actually be happening. This is World Bank comes, where World Bank comes actually through sort of advisory services. Then we also have this cost effectiveness, that any project should actually have cost effectiveness or cost efficiency. Then how far is Zimbabwe from other countries? So with this, that is the definition of mega projects. That these projects are actually they should cost about 1 billion. But however, this 1 billion is a landmark from this international organization. If, let's say, in Kariba, there is a project which can actually cost, let's say, 600 million, and we know that there has not been any project which has costed 600 million previously, we can call it mega project. So mega it's relative, but basically the conventional definition is that it should be 1 billion. Then also, these projects actually have, they actually attract public attention, high level of public attention, political interest. So we know even in Zimbabwe, these mega projects, they are attracting this public attention. Then we have take more than 5 years, which means that they are very high risk projects. Anything that obviously take a long planning horizon should actually sort of have this risk. Then in the world, mega projects actually amount to some 6 to 9 trillion a year, which represents about 8% of global GDP. And we know in Zimbabwe, the sort of what is driving these mega projects or infrastructure projects is actually Zim asset. Then we have these examples. These are very few. There are so many examples of mega projects in Zimbabwe, but I have just listed these few. And we know we have this Chisumbanje. We can call it a mega project, but they are costing 600 million. We have this Plumtree Mtare Road, Plumtree Harare, whatever. It's also sort of. Then we have Sengwa project. We have also these other projects that I have listed, which are the China mega deals, which we are still dualization of the. Then we have this new parliament. Can we call it a mega project? Wange Thermal Power Station. We know the history of Wange. We are actually here we have Batoka projects. We have Russia. We have all these other things. So these mega projects, they are so diverse. If we want to classify them, we can classify them to thermal. We can, let's say, to energy. We can classify them, let's say, to roads or to transport. We can classify them to agriculture, whatever, or to ICT. So there are so many, and they are so diverse. So what are the benefits? Conventionally, without any analysis, we know that obviously if you invest, let's say, in a road, there's bound to be economic growth, be it static or dynamic. Static in the sense that it will what's happening? Okay, it's static in the sense that it will create, let's say, the immediate benefits when the project is actually happening. Then dynamic, we are saying over years, when the project is actually been implemented, it is bound to have these benefits. So we have also, what's happening? Okay. We also have this benefits employment. We know if you, in any infrastructure project, there's bound to be employment, despite have technological use, let's say in this project. Then we have exports. If you take it from the roadside, South Africa, let's say Bedbridge, Chirundu, we can say easy facilitation of exports to South Africa or to Zambia or DRC to any region. Then we have also this government revenue. We know that obviously if they want to be economic activity, government will receive high revenue. Fiscal space, especially on these public-private partnerships, we can say government can actually sort of avail budgeting constraints through, let's say, these sort of private partnership. But however, you cannot partner if let's say, if you are not creditworthy. So that is the only difference. Then market for SMEC. For small and medium enterprise, I actually last week or this week where actually CZI was actually complaining that its members should actually benefit on this Chirundu Bedbridge highway through supplying materials. So these are roads. We know that travel time. We know the operation cost of cars. We know this environment. All these are actually sort of would be benefits. So the problem is. This reminds me of, if you say, can you forecast what will happen to Zimbabwe's economic problems if these mega deals are projected? This reminds me of Henry Thiel, that was actually an economist or who deals with forecasting. So he observed in 1961 that the weather forecasters were lying each every day. So he said, instead, the weather forecast should just place an automated machine which will say in the morning that the weather that you observe today is the weather that will actually happen tomorrow. It actually shows that this forecasting or try to sort of to project would be benefits is actually very risky. But we know in the, let's say in weather forecasting that since 1960 there has been sort of major improvements. Now it's very accurate. If the weather is projected to be, let's say tomorrow it's raining, it will rain because there has been so many. But this is not the case for mega projects. You cannot predict as accurate as possible because there are various risks that are actually involved. And if you check these projects, you can see that. Let me sort of be specific, just being specific, trying to see what World Bank or actually has done in these roads. Let's take the Zambezi. I've just taken this because we are in the Zambezi water basin. We're actually in Zambezi, or we're actually sort of backward. So there are so many benefits that actually sort of that will happen. Over 10 billion of investment is expected if this happens. But remember, Batoka or this Zambezi River Basin sort of project, it involves so many countries, almost like 7, Zambia included. So the benefits are actually sort of, these are at regional level. Additional about 60,000 gigawatts actually expected. Then investment in agriculture potential, because this also involves dam construction. So we expect food security. About 345 is sort of 1,000 hectares of land, or 775 hectares of land are actually expected to be under irrigation per year. Then we have all these benefits. So if you want to be specific, let's say to a certain project, you can see that it actually results in so many benefits, as you can see from that. We also say about this, there is sort of risk of floods in this water basin. There is also a risk of droughts. But if this project happens, it means that it can actually avert this risk by almost like 1 billion. So this is at regional level. I've tried to be specific here, but you can do this sort of benefit analysis or cost-benefit analysis for any project. What are the risks? These benefits will not be sort of incurred because there are so many risks involved. We have a poor project selection that sometimes the governments will actually sort of select poor projects. This is sort of not confined to any country, but it's global. Then we have these delays in design and completion of projects. If you see, for example, if you see this Batoka, which is a regional project, since 1963, it has been talked about. 2000, the 2000, now we are in 2016, they are still talking about. So it means that because they sort of involve a long period of time, it means that it also takes a sort of dynamics that can actually happen. Let's say if it is inter-regional like this, it might be political or etc. And then we also have this asset abuse, misappropriation, and fraudulent reporting. This is common in these projects. Then we have cost overruns. It is actually sort of reported that 9 over 10 on transport projects, they actually sort of record cost overruns. For rail, which is a little bit higher, it's 44.7%. That these cost overruns, we are saying this is the cost. If you are doing a project, it means that you cost the project. But when implementing, cost changes. So we are saying these cost changes, about 44% of these projects in rail, they actually involve cost. Bridges, about 38%. Then in roads, about 20.4%. They actually sort of record these cost overruns. When I was in South Africa, I had the privilege of working, of actually sort of being in this costing or trying to bid for the railway, Transnet, for this massive railway that have actually unfolded in South Africa. I was working for this German company. So we spent nights and nights actually not sleeping, trying to bid for the project. But however, we lost. Possibly our costs were high. It was actually won by a Chinese company. Then we also have this, what some people actually explain why this risk in terms of optimism bias, that there is too much optimism in these projects, that it will bring benefits, yet the benefits will not actually occur. So it can actually be overstatement of benefits and understatement of risk, which can actually happen. Then also we have these technical problems. This actually happens to technocrats, that we might not have people who can actually cost the project well, or who can actually cost the benefits well. So we have this technical problem, which is actually a risk. Then we also have political and economic explanations through, let's say, political dynamics, that they can sort of explain the benefits which may not be actually okay. So we are saying these projects, as we have seen, they involve risk. They also involve, let's say, benefits, would-be benefits, which we think they can actually be benefits, but might actually, we say as World Bank, there are certain steps that should be followed if, let's say, these projects need to be to reap these benefits. We have this broader strategic guidance that should be there in national documents. For example, in Zimbabwe, we have ZimStat. It actually states the projects that should be implemented in Zimbabwe. We have also this poverty reduction strategy papers that is written worldwide to sort of map way forward for government implementation. So it can also be. So we are saying if government does not have this sort of strategic guidance in terms of documents, it means that it might not actually be beneficiary for this. We cannot actually derive the benefit for these projects. We also have this screening, pre-screening, that should actually happen before the project is implemented. Then we have formal project appraisal. This is now the technical aspect, that obviously you need feasibility analysis. If you can check the feasibility analysis, let's say it involves the cost, it involves, let's say, the benefits, it involves all these things. So they should actually be consistent with the, let's say, government plans. They should be consistent also, let's say, with regional plans. Then we also have this independent review of appraisal. We know that these projects are in different sectors. Roads, it's another sector. It is, if we refer to Zimbabwe, it's under Ministry of Transport. We have energy, Ministry of Energy. So it's in different sectors. So what they should actually be an independent reviewer of appraisal. Mostly the recommended one is Ministry of Finance. That Ministry of Finance should be able to check whether there is no conflict of interest in terms of implementing this project. Then we have project selection, detailed design and budget. So we're saying if you select the project, you need to have this budgeting. And this budgeting, we are saying it should, because we said that this project takes a lot of time, so they should be multi-year budgeting framework, like for 5 years, with good classification as capital projects. Then we also have project implementation, which involves the implementation of the project as it goes. And it involves, let's say, efficient procurement plans. Then the others must have, the other steps is procurement, is actually sort of project adjustment. We know that as we say, these involve a long horizon. It means that as we have seen, there are these cost overruns. So we're saying for any cost overruns or for any cost acceleration, it should actually be sort of accompanied by cost benefit analysis of each request. This will actually sort of, then we have service delivery. After the project, we say it should actually have proper asset registers, which should actually be maintained, and active monitoring. The last sort of step is basic completion review and evaluation. This is the learning process. Once you do anything, or when you have done anything, you should actually sort of evaluate where did you go wrong and where can you improve. So this is part of these steps. So what are we saying? We are saying that this, I know that you might not be seeing this, but we are saying that these mega projects, for them to be successful and for them actually to give these benefits, it should be planned in a macroeconomic framework, as we've said. So it's just a repetition of this slide, that we should have a macroeconomic framework which shapes the way forward, let's say, for these mega projects. You have the budgeting process, and then you have, let's say, the multi-year budgeting, which should actually be implemented. Then the right side, we are saying these are the steps that I have actually talked about, which should actually be followed until you select the project, and then you sort of put it into budget framework. So in simple terms, we are saying good projects actually need cost effectiveness. They need cost efficiency. And how can you achieve cost efficiency? It's by answering all those questions. Is there a sort of is there a well sort of publicized strategic document for the government? Is there a statistical sort of essential process? Is there so these all questions, formal appraisal, it's actually repeating the 8 processes that I have actually talked about. But in terms of questions that you should, as government or as anyone who is involved in this mega project, should actually check through these questions. Is final project selection undertaken as part of budget appraisal? Then we also have these up to nine questions, or there are so many questions that you can ask step by step to see whether the project is actually been. What is the completion rate of these projects? These are sort of the questions that should be answered by anyone. Then we have this competitive bidding. We say, as World Bank, we advise that for the benefits to occur in any, let's say, these mega projects, there should be competitive bidding, which can actually result in lower cost, which is in opposite of direct negotiations. Direct negotiations is whereby an investor will come and say, I want to invest, let's say, in a thermal power. And then you say, let's come and see, let's sit and negotiate. We are saying this might actually be dangerous, or this might not result in lower cost. So the benefits of these competitive bidding is that in terms of it is shorter in terms of the negotiations. Lower prices, it means that if you do competitive bidding, it means that you enjoy lower prices because everyone, we know that the bidders, as I have said, when I was in South Africa, we tried to bid, but obviously the lower cost was selected because probably we were very high. Then we have this sort of less corruption, less controversy in terms of politics, media, whatever, if it is competitive bidding. We have a lower cost. We have also this, it also facilitates bankable projects. If you do competitive bidding, it means that these projects are actually bankable. We have examples in South Africa. We have examples in Kenya, Uganda, which have actually sort of done this competitive bidding. And also it might minimize cost escalation. Country example where competitive bidding has actually produced or saved money, we have Zambia in terms of electricity. We have South Africa, which has also done this in terms of electricity, and the cost of electricity per kilowatt is actually sort of less than 7 cents, which is different from countries. Then we also have these five country case studies that has been done by the World Bank across countries. We have Kenya, we have Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania, and they have actually shown that if competitive bidding is followed, it can actually result in greater benefits. And this is just a sort of an overview of project performance across the globe. This is a study that has been done by these Oxford economists that have actually documented the cost overruns of a project, of different projects, these railway, roads, dams, whatever. So they have these cost overruns. 4 out of 10, it's for solar. They can actually sort of have cost overruns. Schedule overruns, then we have benefits shortfall. Some of it is not applicable. But if you check, let's say for example, for railway, you can see for railway it's actually sort of the benefits shortfall is actually negative. But for roads, you can see the benefits shortfall is actually positive, meaning that from the various studies that has been done across the globe, it means that there is a benefit of 10% for roads rather than, let's say, for railway, which is actually sort of minus 51%. So this is just a sort of examples. So thank you. Do you have questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Koramba, for that excellent presentation, and just really highlighting the importance of competitive bidding in mega deals to enhance transparency, reduce corruption, and perhaps arrive at the most cost-effective solution for any particular project. So we're going to open the floor for a few questions. I think we can take a few questions. Is there anyone with some questions? Is there a roving mic as well available? If you can just raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, there's a question in the front there.
I'm morning. What I didn't see come out is what is the proper practice when it comes to actually financing for the projects? We have issues where we have advance payments that get paid and there's no performance, or progress payments without the doubtful work having been done. I don't know what the practice is, because our failure seems to be on the financing side.
Okay, I think we'll take 3 questions in a row. Another question here.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. My question or comment is that as World Bank, what are you doing to ensure that where there are these mega deals which are packaged as aid, that there's actual flight of capital from the donor to the receiving country? I'll expand on that a bit, because I've observed with interest a project happening down the river whereby we are supposed to be receiving sort of aid to expand our power generation capacity. The people doing that project importing almost everything. They've imported labor into this country where it's readily available. They've imported brooms to sweep the floors. They've imported everything, and the local economy is not benefiting at all. So are we advising governments correctly as World Bank on how to structure these deals?
Okay. Okay, last question. Does anyone? Okay, I think there's only 2 questions. Yeah, so if you can respond.
So, thank you very much for the questions. First, on the financing side. So, basically, in funding these mega projects, it differs with how they are structured. First, as I said, if it is competitive bidding, it means that the financing of that project, let's take, for example, the Harare Chirundo road, or sort of dual carriage road. The funding is, or the bid has actually been won by a Chinese company, and the finance of that sort of project is an Australian company. So, in terms of financing, it's if it is competitive bidding or if it is done through bidding, it means that it should be funded by those that have won the project. Then we have these sort of government projects, which possibly is through PPP. This can be sort of a joint venture where government also sort of chip in, or we have also these build to operate, whatever, all these things, different financing arrangement. All these it's actually shaped by how, let's say, this project has also been implemented. Then in terms of the package, the structure, or capital flight, this one, as World Bank, we advise the government. Like, for example, this Zambezi River sort of water base, we've advised government, we've used about 600 million in terms of doing the feasibility analysis of these projects. And obviously, when we are advising the government, we don't envisage a situation where everything is actually sort of capital flight, or everything is actually imported. That's why the use of local suppliers, local labor is actually done. And then in case when you are doing this cost benefit analysis, we don't do cost benefit analysis of employment, like for example the employment of 500,000 that I've talked about, thinking it's actually, let's say, foreigners who will be employed, but it's locals. So we try by all means to sort of enhance local participation in these projects. But however, it will vary with the win of the project.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwaramba. Let's give him a round of applause. And I'll ask Edwin. Sorry, Dr. Kwaramba, if you can just wait. We have a small token of appreciation.
Yes, World Bank, we are not supposed to receive the token of appreciation, but today I will receive it.
You can come down this way. Yeah.
What is this?
Initially, we were going to give you a brown envelope, but we thought this might be a bit more transparent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the token of appreciation. I will present to the bank. It's not mine. It's for the bank.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're indebted to our sponsors, and one of our sponsors today is Old Mutual, who are going to come up and speak to us for a few minutes. You'll see that there's some black boxes in front there. They are power banks, compliments of Old Mutual. So please make sure that you get yours. Apparently, come tea break, they'll reclaim those that are not taken. So please take one for yourself. Over to Old Mutual.
Thank you very much. We at Old Mutual are very proud of the partnership that we have with ICAZ in hopefully making this winter school a success. I'm pleased to see that many of us here are wearing Old Mutual t-shirt. Unfortunately, I'm an exception to the rule, but I have enough of those stacked away at home. So welcome to everybody. We also value other partnerships that we have with many of the people and many of the businesses in this room. And we have prepared a short video presentation just showcasing what Old Mutual is about and some of the initiatives that we are undergoing in the community and in the broader economy. So without further ado, if we can get the video going. Thank you.
Mutual, we have been offering integrated financial services to the Zimbabwean economy for over 110 years.
Welcome to Green Zone. Our vision and passion lies in being our customers' most trusted partner in helping them achieve their lifelong financial goals.
Our aim is to overcome economic challenges by investing and exploring new ways of improving business and developing our economy.
We are investing in power generation through the construction of hydroelectric schemes and renewable energy projects. We simplify financial management with our On the Money, a program developed by studying the unique characteristics of Africa's Big Five. By building low-income housing units, we contribute towards the national vision of providing housing for all.
We upgrade infrastructure at rural clinics.
We set up the Kurera Ukondla Youth Fund to assist the youth and Areas Fund to help establish businesses going through a lean patch. The SME sector is pivotal to Zimbabwe, and our assistance to small-scale sugarcane and banana grower schemes helps empower communities and revive the economy.
By setting up information technology libraries across the country, we help educate communities.
To celebrate the diverse Zimbabwean culture, we sponsor and promote the arts. We promote and sponsor schools rugby in selected low-income areas and help develop the cricket legends of the future at the Old Mutual Heath Streak Cricket Academy and encourage health and wellness through Old Mutual road races. Our world-class banking halls and green zones provide customers a congenial environment as they access products and services under one roof.
Smart partnerships extended to communities play a key role in promoting environmental awareness and creating a better future for all.
We are committed to becoming a recognized leader in responsible business and leaving the world we live in today a better place than it was yesterday. Do great things. Old Mutual. As Old Mutual, we have been offering integrated.
Thank you very much, Old Mutual. We appreciate the partnership. We appreciate the sponsorship and the support. We're moving on to the next speaker, who's the Director of Investments at the National Pension Scheme Authority in Zambia. His name is David Chewe. He's a banking industry expert with extensive knowledge and practice of commercial banking at management and more extensively at executive level. And he's at the NAPSA as the Director of Investments, responsible for managing, monitoring, and reporting on the investment portfolio of assets of the fund, as well as offering strategic oversight. He has worked at Barclays Bank, Standard Chartered Bank, Axis Bank, and Zanaco. Other positions and appointments he has held include member of the Commercial Courts Users Steering Committee, member of the Program Reference Group for the Rural Finance Project Steering Committee on the Automation of the Ministry of Justice, that's in Zambia, chairman of the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Policy Implementation Coordination Committee, member of the Finance Advisory Committee to the Catholic Church Archdiocese of Lusaka, and chairman of the Joint SADC Commercial Banks and Central Banks Regional Payments Integration and Implementation Committee. He has also served as the president of the Zambia Institute of Banking and Financial Services for 6 terms. Mr. Chewe studied with the University of Zambia for a Bachelor of Science with Agriculture, the University of Lincolnshire Humberside for his MBA in Finance, and more recently with the University of Zambia and Binary University and he was the 2015 doctorate finalist in a DBA in Finance. So without further ado, we welcome David Chewe to the podium. Thank you so much for coming all the way from across the border. And we look forward to hearing more about the story of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a very, very tall task for me, but with the grace of God, I think I will manage. Why I say so is realizing that the previous speaker from the World Bank, Dr. Kwaramba, tried to speak to you, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, to try and make sure that he sends the story about the role of the World Bank. And in my presentation, I'll also make reference to the World Bank. So in that sense, it's a challenge. I'll start my presentation by first acknowledging the greatness of God, because I'm here by the grace of God. It's God who has purpose that I come and stand here and be part of what this great institute is trying to do in driving the reforms for your country. I'm also mindful of the fact that when you meet a group of esteemed ladies and gentlemen like you are always very particular about the statistics and the information that is presented. And in my presentation, I will attempt to make sure that I do not misrepresent, but I just want to give a caveat that the information I'll give you is a combination of 3 sources. The first one is the Central Bank of Zambia, then the IMF and the World Bank, and I've also referred to the Central Statistics Offices in Zambia. And above all, I've also used my own experience since I'm a practitioner in the market. By way of the presentation, when I was asked to come and make a presentation, I wasn't really too sure, because when we're talking about economic recovery, it means that you've gone through a cycle, and this is how I've actually structured my presentation. I'll quickly give you a fact file about Zambia, just to help us focus, so that you know what we're talking about. And in the main presentation, I'll really focus more around the historical developments that have happened in the country, arising from the fact that whatever changes happen in the country are driven by the resolve of the people. And in our case, we've actually come through different cycles and we've managed to pull through, but we continue to face these challenges since they keep coming and going. So I will spend a little bit of time talking about the political and economic reforms, because this is what really has driven the changes that we've seen in Zambia. And as I do that, I'll also try and attempt to talk about the drivers of the economic reforms that we've seen. And in the presentation, I share with yourselves the challenges that we faced along the way. And towards the end, I will just talk about the measures that have been taken, because we recognize the need as a country to remain competitive. And thereafter, I will conclude. By way of introduction, like I stated, the World Bank has been one of the instruments that have assisted Zambia and other countries in coming out of the challenges that the countries have faced. I think Africa, from our perspective, has been one of those countries that have always depended on the global challenges, and largely on the oil sector. And the story of the crisis that we talk about, which has culminated in us having talked about recovery, is basically told by looking at what happened in the 1970s. And in the 1970s, basically, we had a situation which we saw a lot of countries, such as our country, depending on a mono economy. We were exporting only one commodity and dependent on the importation of oil. And when the crisis happened, we became victims. And the World Bank, IMF, and other bilateral partners came to the aid of countries such as Zambia, and this is the basically part of the story. There's an argument, though, that whilst the World Bank and other participants have assisted, they've also created problems. And the problems they've created is they were too prescriptive, and countries that followed those prescriptions have created problems, and Zambia was not spared. And from this sense, we have argued, even as a country, whenever we've met with the IMF and the World Bank, that sometimes what they give us is not necessarily addressing our problems. It solves short-term problems, but creates long-term problems, as how we illustrate. Now, I talked about the fact file about Zambia. We have a very, very big country, but the population is very small. And from the economists, when they come and present, they'll talk about creating a market. But a big country, but with a small population. So that is one of our challenges. Of course, we are growing at an average of 3.1% per year, but we are not able to fill up most of the space due to other factors. In terms of literacy, because it's very important for a country, we have, according to the estimates, 81% of Zambian men are literate, while 61% women are also literate. And we have a country which is multilingual, with over 72 dialects, and this poses challenges on the social side of our setting. We are a multi-party democracy, and this has been very instrumental in helping the country to recover every time we're faced with a situation. In terms of the economic output, the estimates of the GDP is, for the 2015 was estimated at 62.7 billion, with for the first time we recorded 3.6% growth, whereas we had been growing at a higher rate. And the country graduated. Now we're in a middle-income country, and the latest projection that we got for per capita income was projected at $3,900 US. And currently we're sitting with reserves in excess of $2.7 billion. But the challenge we face is that our external debt is still very high. With regard to the workforce, you will find that agriculture comprises about 85% of the workforce, but in terms of GDP contribution, it only gives us 9%. Mining and manufacturing, whilst the workforce is only 6%, in terms of GDP contribution, we get 31%. And then on the services, despite us having 9% workforce, that contributes about 60% of the GDP. Some of the key highlights are that in the up to about 2014, Zambia had been growing at an average of 6.7% real GDP per year, and it was dubbed as one of the fastest growing economies in the world. It also has a reputation for being a very politically stable country with relatively efficient and transparent government, and this has been through, it has been achieved over the years. You may have observed, the growth slowed down in 2015. We recorded 3.6% growth, but this is largely due to copper prices, and since the country has always been dependent on copper. And one of the key negative influences of this was the reduced power generation and the depreciation of the currency, as we saw the kwacha becoming the worst performing currency in the world. One of the explanations for our challenge as a country has been the issue of lack of diversification. We've been on this agenda for years, but we are not achieving that. We've still continued to depend on copper. In the early 70s, copper was accounting for up to about 80% of our exports, and it's still accounting for such a level. The only difference is that much of the export proceeds are no longer coming to the country, whereas previously we were receiving all the export proceeds. As I indicated, if we have not diversified the economy, we suffer from the fluctuations in the commodity prices, as was the case last year. The explanation that has been advanced is the China factor. Now, with regard to how we have moved as a country and what I'm dubbing as the historical developments, I want to focus more on the period between 1964 up to 1990, because this is a period when we were under one-party state, and under one-party state, the government was in a commanding position. They took over all the planning. Every activity was being driven by the government, and during that time, the government also implemented measures that they deemed were very good for the country, but that were very detrimental. And one of these is the nationalization of the mines, the energy and manufacturing sector. And this tended to, at a point when they were nationalizing, we came from a position where we were one of the largest producers of copper, where we were producing up to about 12.2% of copper output for the globe. But through the nationalization, we suffered, and recently Congo has overtaken Zambia in terms of copper production. Earlier on, I talked about the push for Africa going to seek help from the cooperating partners. This was largely driven by the oil crisis between 1973 and 1975, when the sharp oil price increases resulted in Zambia's competitiveness disappearing. We saw our output going down, and this was a very, very big challenge, because at that time the country was really thriving. And it continued now to ride on the reserves that had been built up prior to independence. And by 1977, all that which we had in reserves disappeared. And when it disappeared, it meant that government was constrained. It could not implement some of the big measures it wanted to implement. And this was one of our challenges that had to be reversed. I also want to submit that during the time that government was doing everything instead of involving the private sector, we found that we had inefficient agricultural support programs. Government was trying everything to support the agricultural sector, but they were not achieving the desired results because farmers were being given inputs. In some cases, people who hadn't even delivered produce were paid. Corruption was rife, and that impacted on government's ability to finance its books. And this created problems. But when the country approached the IMF for structural adjustment programs, when I mean IMF, the World Bank and the bilateral partners, they came up with prescriptions, and those prescriptions were very, very hard for our country because they had to talk about removal of the price controls. We were, during the time when it was a commandist economy, government controlled the prices. They did everything to make sure that there was exchange control, the currency was fixed. But the IMF demanded that we had to let go of the price controls, we had to devalue our currency, and we had to reduce the expenditure in government because it was inefficient, cancellation of subsidies on food and agricultural commodities. And this, ladies and gentlemen, resulted in instability in the country. As a country, we went through a very, very tough time, which culminated in food riots and an attempted coup. And in 1990, the government had to abandon this measure because it wasn't working for us. So in 1990, towards the end of 1990, the government had to change the stance. Instead of having a one-party state, we had changes, and the constitution was changed, and this ushered in multi-party democracy. And this was advanced by the movement for multi-party democracy. And one of the things that we always talk about, which are very, very cardinal for us as a country, is the fact that the government recognized the need to reform, and they had to bring about institutional and policy changes which were going to help the country come out of that challenge. And also to support the country, realizing that in Africa, we are a faith-based community. We like to be close by. Our declaration of Zambia as a Christian nation has greatly helped our country because it has avoided some of the tensions that other countries have faced. And we stand testimony to this. We may sound fanatical, but it has really helped our country to avoid some of the problems. Because since 1991, when the country was declared a Christian nation, so many things have actually changed. We have a higher force that we look up to. Apart from our own efforts, we also look to something else. And during this period, our country has focused largely on the private sector driving the economy and not the government. Because once you allow government to drive the economy, then you have challenges. So this has really been helpful for us. And also the privatization of the mines. Because previously the government tried everything to hold on to the mines, but during the reforms we had to let go, and now the mines are in private hands. The immediate problems we faced with this was that there were significant job losses. People who are working in the mines had to be laid off, and then there are all those that are dependent on, and the multiplier effect. So effectively, you would say that the economy contracted. But we had to go through that pain in order for us to get out. And the privatization of the mines led to an attraction of foreign direct investments, and a country has been attracting foreign direct investments on average of 3 billion per year since we started this journey, which has been quite significant. We also embarked on financial sector reforms because one of the challenges we had faced was the access to finance, and this has helped in addressing that problem. And for the record, exchange controls were abolished in 1994, and the currency was allowed to freely float. I should also mention that whilst in the pre-reform period, the agricultural sector support was inefficient, government continued to utilize this because we realized agricultural support is very, very critical. And as I indicated, you may have noted, I said that our reserves had run down. We became one of the heavily indebted countries, and we had to negotiate with our cooperating partners. In 2005, we successfully moved out of our debt trap. when the debt that the country had owed the partners was written off. So this helped in getting our country off the hook, because previously we were working for the IMF, World Bank, and others. Now, what has all this done in helping the country? What I want you to appreciate is that having gone through the reforms, one of the things that we saw is that the liberalization of the economy by removing exchange controls and also the price controls, including interest rates, this led to some what we would call a mixed effect on the economy. For example, the currency was fixed, but they allowed it to now freely float. Interest rates, which were controlled, also were allowed to freely float. And this resulted in an attraction of more new players. We had an increase in the number of foreign players coming into the banking sector. Our central bank at that time was still learning. They were novices, so they did not have capacity to handle the increased pressure. And this was one of the areas that I will comment on later. We also had a scenario where a number of companies, which previously were allowed to operate even if they were inefficient, but when the economy was liberalized, they had to be liquidated because they could not continue to operate in such an environment. And this had its own social implications, because when companies are liquidated, there are job losses, and that becomes politically unpalatable. But we had to go through that phase. And what I want also to highlight is that since the government has been pursuing a measure to address the issue of inflation, we achieved single-digit inflation in 2006 after 30 years of struggle. So you will note that issues of addressing economic challenges are a long-term journey. It's not a one-day fix. And what I have highlighted in my slide is the fact that in 1989, we moved from inflation was as high as 158%, and this was a very, very interesting environment because people were making money easily. You didn't need to work. All you needed to do is, if you had some money, put it in a bank, and you had made your money. So there was no incentive for activities. And as the government was implementing measures, we saw at least a reduction. By 1990, we had been there was a slight improvement. But thereafter, we moved to a single digit, and that was something that we had thrived on up to last year. With regard to the financial sector, since I talked about access to finance earlier on, one of the things you will see is that financial sector deepening is very critical for the country, and this has been one area where we've actually benefited from. And whilst we've been undertaking reforms, part of the focus has been to change the attitudes of the people. We need to rise to the occasion and begin to do the right things, and also the institutions had to refocus. So there were a lot of interventions across the sectors that were aimed at addressing the attitudes of the Zambians and also the institutional capacities so as to participate in a changed political environment. In the table, I've just given a snapshot of how the GDP has moved over time from 2004 and inflation. And what you will note, the GDP per capita that I referred to in 2015 of 3,900 has been it's been a telling effect on our economy because we now have a middle class, and this is assisting us. This slide is talking about our current challenge. I was giving a snapshot of where we've been, but we should not ignore the fact that we also have to recognize that whilst we talk about economic growth, there are even external factors that would affect the economy. And this is one of the challenges we faced as a country, particularly from 2012, when the global economy has been going through some structural changes. We've also seen that affecting our country. And earlier on, I talked about the GDP contribution for agriculture and manufacturing and mining. Now you can see the movements. We've been seeing a slowdown. And if agriculture, which has a significant contribution to the labor force, but the actual output is down, it means that the country needs to do something to correct this anomaly. And this is something that we as particularly even the pension fund are looking at. What can we do to support the country remaining afloat in the midst of the challenges that we are facing? The period 2012 and 2016, I forgot to mention that our country has moved from one single party to multi-party, but also we've had a series of changes of government arising from an act of God. We've lost presidents in office, and that has not helped the country. And every time we have a change in the presidency, there are some changes that are observed, and those tend to also come with another story. And this is why I like to dimension this, because we are currently in a phase where the current government is driving a pro-poor reform, but it's still within the multi-party space. And within the pro-poor space, what you will find is all the policies are targeted towards addressing the imbalance, because we have a scenario where the per capita has improved, but not everyone is actually seeing that benefit in their pockets. So we need to get the economy transferred to everybody in the country, and this has been the reason why this current government is pursuing that measure. And one of the immediate measures they took was to raise the minimum wage. From the corporate world perspective, this was not welcome, because government was pushing up the cost of doing business. But from the government's perspective, it's a redistribution of wealth. We need to get at least the incomes of the Zambians, spread across the country. And the current government has been very, very instrumental in driving the infrastructure development. We have significant infrastructure that is being developed. For example, on the road side, on the development of the roads, the government had the plan of doing 8,000 kilometers, and they've already done 3,950. They had also embarked on doing Lusaka, all the township roads in Lusaka, 400 kilometers of roads, and they've done, I think, 250. For the Copper Belt, they had also 450. They've done close to 300 kilometers. And every other part of the country is now being connected. So the government has spent quite a lot of money on infrastructure. And interestingly, they are spending money which they don't have, because we are having to rely on borrowed money, because we are in a scenario where copper prices have been declining, and therefore export earnings have gone down, but they've still gone ahead and they've accessed financing from the market. And currently the government is promoting value addition and beneficiation, realizing that different regions have endowments which previously were exploited, but now there's a national program to actually beneficiate and also ensure that value addition is actually happening in the provinces. As we speak, they have implemented solar-powered milling plants so that we can reduce the price of the milling mill, which was never there previously. And in recent past, whereas we had graduated from a heavily indebted country, now we have to borrow money from the marketplace. And we are currently in the cycle of accessing balance of payment support, because we don't have money. The point that I have made on seeking the face of God, we are not shy as a country. And last year in October, when we were going through trials, the president ordered that we all have a fast on the 18th of October. As a country, we humbled ourselves before God, and we had to pray in different places. So across the country, we had corporate prayers, because there was a realization that we have a drought, there's massive load shedding, and they are an in your threat. So we had to seek the face of God. And as I speak, we recorded a bumper harvest last year, despite other countries being in challenging position. And this. No offense. What I'm trying to highlight here is that there's a recognition that when all fails, we have to turn to greater power, and this is what we did. Now, what has been the driver for economic activity, or the recovery path that we've recorded as a country? The first one is to recognize the fact that philosophically, as a country, we've moved. The economic philosophy has changed. The first government had its own philosophy. Then, as we've been going through cycles, we keep changing, and this has been very, very instrumental. You can't have a fixed position. The second point that we should note is the fact that liberalization, which we started in 1991, has helped transform the economy, because this is very, very critical. And just to amplify why I say this, For example, when you look at the government policy and intervention, we are coming from a position where it was a commandist economy, very controlled by government. And the government had attempted to intervene in every area. And we failed. And when we realized that we had failed, we abandoned such measures, and that has helped us. The second point is with regard to the fiscal policy. As a country, in the past, wherever they failed to raise money through taxes, they would just print money. But that has changed because the central bank has been capacitated, and there's an understanding that they cannot print money. If they come to a pension fund, previously, they would just send a note to the director of investments, give us so much money. Now they cannot come to me to ask for money. They have to issue treasury bills, and those treasury bills are programmed within the central bank's plans of controlling inflation and exchange rate. So that has really assisted us. Then when you look at monetary policy, prior to 1991, what we saw was that they really tried to focus on controlling, they didn't care rather about money supply. They would put in as much money as they wanted. But once we started implementing measures through a capacitation of the central bank and also working with the private sector, government has actually been very, very helpful in addressing this problem. We were targeting inflation, and when inflation has been brought down, now we are moving to targeting interest rates. And this is the measure that we're taking. On trade side, the government had attempted everything to try and manage the trades. But you know, in a global economy, you need to open up, and this has been one of the experiences that we faced. So on the trade, we abandoned, initially we were looking at driving import substitution policies, but we failed because some of the things we could not produce cheaply. So we had to just open up and try and focus more where we are competitive. And the second point that I wanted to highlight is that the economic adjustment policies and reforms that we embarked on were on the back of a willingness on the part of government and also the people that we need to reform, and this is what has assisted us. We did, of course, suffer from liquidations because a number of non-performing government or public sector institutions had to go. Now we have very few companies that are in the hands of government, and this, if you speak to the Zambians, different people have different views, but it's always the case, and we have to be resolute about what you want. Now, what are some of the challenges we faced as we've been implementing the reforms that have assisted us to recover? The first one is the poverty. We still have high poverty, particularly in rural areas, despite us being a middle-income country, and this is one of the big issues that the country needs to address. The second one is high unemployment rates, around 15%. Let me make a caveat there. Our economy is largely informal, and we need to realize that not everyone should work in the formal setting. So from our perspective, 15% of unemployment, bearing in mind that the able-bodied can be self-employed or they can do other things, and our economy is largely informal. So that's why I was saying that. The other issue that you will see is the policy, economic policy inconsistencies. The government needs to make sure that they are consistent, and in recent past we've had a challenge where we were inconsistent. You may have heard about our measures with the mining sector where we had differences. We have this policy, and that tends to affect the country. And then the next issue has been the issue around financing the budget, because we have embarked on these massive projects and we need to finance them. So that has created problems for us, and the government is looking at this. And inflation, last year inflation moved to 21.7, and that was a big, big challenge for our country. The currency lost 70% of its value, but recovered some of it this year. The other issue I want to highlight is drought and the lack of robust water management. We have failed to manage our water. When you look at Western Province, where we have, where the water comes from, that comes to the big falls here. We lose the water, it goes all the way to the Indian Ocean, then we wait for the next rain season, and that is one of the issues that we need to work at, because if we had planned this 30 years ago, we would be at least retaining most of the water. We shouldn't be talking about load shedding. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is that we are resolved around being competitive and accessing the market. And sorry, it's not $7 billion, it's $2 billion. That is an exaggeration. $2 billion. We first raised our sovereign bond $750 million in 2012. But in recent past, this has come to haunt us because We went to borrow money without having talks to, for example, the pension fund that I look after. We have over $1.6 billion worth of assets, but they went to the market, and now those bonds are trading at very wrong prices. We could probably have assisted with financing that. Then the second point worth of noting is the fact that we are using our status as a landlocked country, not as a problem, but now as an opportunity. Previously, we used to look at this as a negative, and we are doing everything possible as a country, and thus our participation in regional integration activities is from that perspective. The massive infrastructure that I've talked about is helping improve competitiveness, because now Zambia is open. You can travel across the country within the shortest possible time because of the infrastructure that we've put up. Now, let me conclude, and my conclusion will be as follows. I have attempted to show you that the Zambian economy has faced ups and downs during the period, if you look at from 1964. And our economic performance has moved from good to bad, depending on at what point you looked at it, but we were resolute, and we've been working around this. But what is of note there is the fact that the one-party state killed us, and the economic reforms that we embarked on have assisted us to maintain our growth path. The structural reforms that we undertook and the debt write-off, they played a part in economic recovery. But what is very critical is that politically, the political stability has assisted us. We as a people have resolved that we still need to maintain political stability because we owe it to ourselves. And human capital development, when I was talking about the reforms, part of what we saw is that the accountants and the bankers and all the other people participated in reforming the country, and all the policies were driven through a consultative process, and that has assisted us. The other point to note is that if you are not consistent in terms of policies and there's the limited engagement with the private sector, you will not attain recovery. For us, this has been very, very critical. It has assisted us because there's a dialogue. And as you may have heard from my resume, one of the things we've done is to make sure that there's a linkage between government and the private sector. And similarly, trying to make sure that at every fora there's consultation. I'm ready.
Thank you so much for that excellent presentation. When people were laughing, they were empathizing with your very high unemployment rate. No, actually, we thought it was very low. But thank you so much for your presentation. And I think we've got some time for questions. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. In one of the slides, you spoke about financial sector deepening as one of the things that you did to restructure the economy. What exactly is financial sector deepening, and what are the exact details that you did?
All right. Any other question? While he's moving across, I also have a question. You talked about engagement between government and private sector. What mechanism is in place to ensure that that actually happens? So, is it just as informal kind of process, or what mechanisms are in place to ensure that engagement between government and private sector on key issues?
David, what has been the role of your pension fund? What has been the role of your pension fund in economic development? Thank you.
Okay, I think you can try and perhaps respond to those.
Thank you very much. Under financial sector deepening, it started first with the issues around the legislation, because you need to have the right legislation. Then there are issues around licensing. Then we now deal with the actual specific role plays. For example, when you're looking at the banking sector, we're moving from a position where most of the Zambians were not financially saved. And this has changed because of the interventions that have happened. It involved even the accountants, for example. There was a defined role of how to help stimulate savings in the country. So what is it that the accounting body would play in this space? And one specific role that was identified within the financial sector development plan, because we had a plan that was financed by our cooperating partners. And within there, the accountants offered to be advising, to be playing an advisory role to the companies, for example, that wish to list on the exchange, also to the SMEs that are not in the habit of preparing financial statements. There were a lot of different activities, and that plan ran for over 10 years. With regard to the engagement mechanisms, the first point, again, with the help of our cooperating partners, we have a private sector association, and that association has been a defining sort of link for us, because it was then recognized through the role of our cooperating partners to be a mechanism through which government and the public would engage, and then resolutions made. And also, as I indicated, different presidents had different mechanisms. For example, the late Dr. Mwanawasa had 2 indabas where there was a meeting, just like the way we're meeting, except it was an indaba involving public, private, and the donor community to engage what is the best way of coming out of our problems, with an invitation of international players who had experiences. We had Malaysians coming to assist us, and that really played a big part. With regard to the role of the pension fund, I think here there's a caveat, because the first interventions, most of the infrastructure that you see in Zambia, particularly the ones that were privatized, were set up using the pension funds. But we made a mistake, because as we were privatizing these companies, the pension fund was left bleeding. Those assets were sold at below market prices without regard to the benefits of the members. And this has culminated in the public service pension fund is actually insolvent, together with the local authority superannuation fund arising from these measures. But in 2000, when the government set up the National Pension Scheme Authority, there has been, if you like, clearly defined rules to avoid the repeat of that problem, because the assets had to be preserved. And now the investments, which are guided by the investment guidelines and appointing people with the right skills and qualifications, has assisted now to resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chewe. I would like to give you a token of our appreciation. So I'm going to ask Anesu, she can come, if I can come up. I hope you can send some of your maize to Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. Excellent.
I've just been reminded. Maybe in accepting the token, I just want to say thank you very much, and we will send the message back home so that we can sell you some maize.
Thank you. Excellent. One of our sponsors is ICAZ Diamond, and if a representative from ICAZ Diamond is here, this is your moment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At ICAZ Diamond, we believe in you never know what will happen. I'll ask the director of ceremonies to assist me climb the stairs, because you never know what might happen to me. Thank you. Nothing happened to me because I'm covered by ICAZ Diamond. We have a short video which will take us through what ICAZ Diamond, who ICAZ Diamond is, and what we offer, and what we have in store for you.
This video presentation is brought to you by ICAZ Diamond, because you will never know what will happen. What is on your desk as executives? Salaries and payroll, capital expenditure, operational costs, insurance. Why should insurance be prominent, especially at a time like this? In this environment, it is difficult to get back to where you were after a loss has happened. Insurance allows you to protect your assets. Insurance assists you with internal control. Insurance is important in your risk management matrix. Hence, a cheaper risk management option. Insurance allows you to transfer risk and focus on your core business. Insurance gives you peace of mind. It is a short-term solution with long-term benefits. Why Nikos Diamond should be on top of your mind when choosing insurance security. Currently, Nikos Diamond holds a strong claims paying ability rating of A- from the GCR credit ratings. In 2015, we paid over $10 million in gross claims. Nikos Diamond remains the only short-term insurer listed on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange, which assures you of transparency, fairness, and good corporate governance. Nikos Diamond boasts of a dynamic team that has the highest concentration of technical skills. We are experts in risk management, fully reinforced with global partnerships. Our partners include Allianz AIG, Zurich, ACE, the Globus Network, Gras Savoy. Nikos Diamond has strong market and regional presence, which gives you good global footing. We are in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Mozambique, and Malawi. Our product range includes buildings and other properties insurance, motor vehicle insurance, money cover, burglary cover, fidelity guarantee, public and other liabilities, directors and officers liability, engineering, group personal accident, professional indemnity, banker's blanket bond or the triple B cover, performance guarantee, the chartered accounts personal package. You are busy people, so we give you personalized service 24/7. You are risk managers, so we give you heavily discounted rates. You are honorable, so we give you flexible payment terms. Visit our website www.nikosdiamond.co.zw or call us on Harare number 704-911-04 or get in touch with Odeline Kava for the Chartered Accountant's personal package. Congratulations to the incoming president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, our very own Mrs. Gloria Jaravanu. We have polished and repolished this diamond, and we have confidence in her leadership. Congratulations, Makorokoto Amflope, Pongezi, Zabwino.
And we promise you that this diamond is going to polish the association to be a diamond that will match the South African Association and the UK Association. You were all mourning and groaning to be like. As for Chartered Accountants package, you will be served under marketing and priority, the personal service, with the permission of your spouses, in courts, your wives can be extended to the comfort of your homes. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have diamonds in Zimbabwe, and thank you for that excellent presentation. Now we're going to break for tea. I know we're on a roll. Can I just check with my timekeeper? What's the time now? It's 6 past. So if we can try and make it back by 10:30, I think that will really help us. We've got excellent presentations coming on after tea, so we want to try and give sufficient time for question and answer. Yeah, so if we can just break for tea and be seated by 10:30. Please remember to take your power banks from Old Mutual. Otherwise, they may not no longer be on the table when you come back from tea. Thank you.
What, mira?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. What I've got in my hand is a box written MBCA Bank Draw. So MBCA have a raffle. They're giving away 3 dinner tickets for 2 at the Meekles. So this box is going to be going around now. Please, may you put your business card in this box, and then the draw will be held just before lunch. Okay, so the MBCA box is coming round. And then secondly, those who are down to play golf, the first people will be teeing off at 12 o'clock. So please, may you slip out there so that you can tee off on time. Otherwise, in the meantime, we're just going to be circulating the MBCA box for the raffle. Please put in your business card so you can participate in the raffle. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a box going round written MBCA. Please, may you put your business card in there. It's for the MBCA raffle draw, which will be conducted just before lunch. And the prize is 3 tickets are being given, three dinner for 2 vouchers at the Meikles is the prize. So please put your business card in the box. The box is over there at the moment. If you haven't put your business card in the box, please, can you make a plan? Thank you. Okay, welcome back for tea from tea once again. Can I just ask, where is the MBCA box? If you can just raise it. Okay, has everyone with a business card on them put their business card in that box? That's for the raffle. Thank you. Once the box has done its rounds, if it can just come to the front there. Without further ado, I'll introduce the next speaker, who's Mr. Mishek Gova. He's the regional manager of Region 2 Customs and Excise. He has worked for Zimra for the past 24 years in the taxes environment and 2 years in the customs environment. He has vast experience acquired through international trainings. He has held the following positions: the head of audits for 4 years, 16 years as an investigations manager, and the tax assessor for 4 years. He was the second runner-up of the IPMZ second runner-up for the Southern Region in 2014. He has a Bachelor of Business Studies honors degree and an MBA. So without further ado, Mr. Gova, welcome to ICAZ Winter School. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting Zimra to the ICAZ workshop. ICAZ is quite an important component of Zimra and the nation at large. Why? We have 20% of our clients who contribute 80% of our revenue. And these clients come from ICAZ. So that's a good aspect that we consider. You are the major auditors of our large client offices or large client taxpayers. On this presentation, I'm representing the Commissioner, Acting Commissioner General, Mr. Bujinzwa, and of course, Zimra. The issues that I'll be looking at pertain to the background to Zimra, the mandate, our vision, our location of offices, brief on tax administration, tax rights and obligations, tax compliance and nurturing of taxpayer. Sorry, tax compliance and nurturing taxpayer compliance. Then tax amnesty in the Zimbabwean context and lessons learned. Mandate, Zimbra's mandate is through Section 4 of our Revenue Authority Act. This mandate gives us the authority to look after the government's fiscal laws through capital gains tax, the Customs and Excise Act, Finance Act, Income Tax Act, Stamp Duty Act, Value Added Tax Act, and other supporting legislation from other government enterprises. Like we also do on behalf of the Reserve Bank, the Exchange Control Act, and other associated government enterprises. The presentation, I will be giving examples from those various acts. That's our vision and our mission. I think these ones, you know them very well. We also have values. And of late, we have been receiving a lambasting in the newspapers and so forth. And some were saying, your values may no longer be relevant. You may need to change them. We are trying to rebrand them and make sure that they move and also associate with the times so much. Okay, in terms of the spread, this is how we are. We have region 1, region 2, region 3, and Beit Bridge. Those are the major regions. Sorry, I don't know what is now happening on this one. Oh, technology. Okay, on the regions, we have just had another additional border that we opened recently. For those that come from Mat South, we have opened a border post called Mlamba Pele. And it's quite convenient in the sense that those that used to pass through Plumtree, Poyens, and Maitengwe can now use that. And the ones that have used that border post have confirmed that we have cut the distance by about 400 kilometers, but we still have to put up a bridge. The Shasha River is not very friendly, but people are already crossing though. Okay, then the other two facets that I am going to look at the issue of tax administration as far as tax obligations are concerned and tax incentives. The issues of compliance with legislative and procedural requirements, these are the ones that we do at our border posts. The trade facilitation bit, like those that passed through Kazungula yesterday, I think you saw a number of trucks that were being cleared. Some of them were coming to Zimbabwe, some were going to Zambia, but that's trade facilitation. Then payment of taxes and levies due, then general compliance within the fiscal laws. Then tax incentives, entitlement to industry-specific rebates. There are industry-specific rebates that we give in mining, farming, and so forth. Then we also have entitlement to tax deductions, credits, and other rebates, like those that crossed to Botswana yesterday. You have lost your rebate for the month. So if you are crossing any other border in any day, make sure that you have enough money to pay your duties, because you have already exhausted your $200. Sorry for that. Okay, then we have also the entitlement to advantages and benefits conferred by international tax agreements. And this we do according to, on the income tax side, according to the double taxation agreements. On the customs side, we do it through memorandums of understanding between various states. Taxpayers' rights, this is quite pertinent. Know your rights. Don't just be taxed by Zimbra without knowing your rights. At times, we have to refuse to be taxed if your rights are being violated, you are entitled to complete timely and accurately your income tax returns within the agreed timeframes according to the various acts, and also supply accurate information. Supply accurate information. You are entitled to demand impartial application of the law, so don't be threatened in any way. ZIMRA has values. We are also entitled to be courteous, considerate, and non-discriminatory treatment in our dealings as an organization. We should not be victimizing any client. We also, I hope, we presume you're honest unless there is evidence that to the contrary. Like those that went through the border yesterday, some of them purchased material. I never saw any declaration, but I kept quiet. Okay. Then information that you pass to us is confidential information. We make sure that that information is used solely for the purposes of taxation. Unless if you are being prosecuted, then that information can go public, because we can't hide people we are prosecuting. At the end of the day, they go through the public administration, which is the courts. Even police cannot get information from us or any other institution unless they've got a court clearance. So that's when only we can part with that information. So your information is very, very safe. Okay, you also have right to question ZIMRA. And I've been told that a lot of questions are waiting for me. I can question the information, advice, and service given to you. So that is very vital. There's a right to demand an official departmental or ZIMRA identification card. This is very pertinent, particularly with the way the economy is. We have had fraudsters going around pretending that they are coming from ZIMRA, yet they are not even, or they've never even worked for the organization. And in some instances, they've demanded cash, and they were given by some clients. I know in Blawa, 2 clients gave them, the other one gave them 15,000, the other one 18,000, but these are not ZIMRA employees. So you can also verify with the organization if that situation comes on your doorstep. You have a right to be represented, like in the case of customs, by licensed clearing agencies, that the ones that we approve. And in the case of income tax, we have got the tax consultancies. These ones, we are not yet approving them. But I think in the long term, we shall do likewise. Then tax obligations. We are also, all persons who are taxpayers are eligible to comply with the Zimbabwean laws. And all persons who are eligible to pay taxes, that is income tax and so forth, are supposed to be registered. And the registration process is for free. You also get free consultation with the ZIMRA. We have got our client care unit, which gives free information without even paying a cent. Then on registration of motor vehicles, please take note. We have a lot of vehicles that are particularly in Harare who entered Zimbabwe through temporary import permits, but these vehicles are not finding their way back to the respective countries, particularly South Africa. And these vehicles are being sold in some of the garages in Harare. So before you buy a vehicle, please take note, come and inquire from ZIMRA. Take the details of that particular vehicle, then come to ZIMRA for verification before you part with your hard-earned money. Because once you register that vehicle or take over ownership of that vehicle, when we intercept it, we'll take the vehicle and it's now your owner to pay the duty. So it becomes a bit of a problem. And all VAT registered clients are supposed to be to operate an electronic tax register. I think we have introduced these ones, and they are working quite well, not for the benefit of ZIMRA only, but also for the benefit of the various companies. Most of them were not keeping proper records, particularly the SMEs, and because of this system, they now have information on their fingertips. They know how their organization is actually performing as far as revenue is concerned. Also, you have the obligation to file returns and payments as stipulated within the various acts. Every taxpayer is under obligation to ensure that his or her returns are completed in full and full disclosure has been properly done. And remember, you sign these tax returns. By signing, you're actually accepting that, okay, this is now a legal document, which ZIMRA can use to pursue you as far as the legal route is concerned, if there are any understatements. So every taxpayer is also under obligation to make payment of tax within the prescribed period, that is within the due date. Then also you have the obligation to cooperate and submit the information as much as possible. Cooperating with ZIMRA pays in the long term. It pays in the sense that we have what we call a penalty loading model. The penalty loading model is actually a notching system. So how we are going to be dealing with ZIMRA in the process, like submitting of information as per request, submitting it timely, it will be given as a notch when the penalty is actually being looked at. So your cooperation is of essence. Also, you have to disclose and produce relevant information, records and documents required by ZIMRA officials when they come at your offices. Withholding the information is actually a prosecutable offense. Taxpayer is also under obligation to maintain high levels of integrity. And the same to our officers. We expect them to be very integrated. So don't induce them. Okay, taxpayer compliance and nurturing of taxpayers. I think this was the most important aspect we have been called in here to deliver. In compliance, we look at the degree to which the taxpayer complies with the tax rules of the country. And thank you, Zimbabweans, you have been doing very well as far as this is concerned. Then making payments and producing the requested information and returns in time. Then also willingness to pay and according to the demands of the system. And the most important aspect which I really cherish is most of our clients or taxpayer, they pay voluntarily. Tax non-compliance is a range of activities that are unfavorable to the state. Tax examples are submitting false details in respect of a taxable entity. I think this one we also encounter it when we are auditing. What you guys have audited, at times we come across that. Or we can come across that at the border posts. It's quite prevalent, where one imports a motor vehicle, underdeclares the value, changes the invoice, then in the process, the vehicle is undervalued. Or we can also do more or less an arrangement through transfer pricing. I think there was an extended ZIMRA officer yesterday who delivered a very good presentation on the transfer pricing. So it's more or less ties up with that. Failure to submit required returns and other information, falsification of returns and information, sharing a failure to pay taxes when due, and this should be paid in full. Then failure to cooperate during audits and inspections. Audits are very important, and we are saying as an organization, 75% of our staff should go into the audit field, because most of our taxpayers, they submit information voluntarily. So we should try as much to make sure that we pursue the route of audits and inspections. Then fail to maintain required records in the required form and the required period. Actually, ZIMRA is a section which actually stipulates how the information we require should be submitted to us If it is not required in that format, we can ask you to resubmit the information. Then failure to confirm with any laws relating to taxation. We have two schools of thought: the school of thought on compliance, the rational choice model. Taxpayer assess the opportunities and risks that are associated, and in most cases, these ones are the risk takers. They really want or wait for the catch me if you can. So it's difficult to deal with these ones. And these are also not very much in terms of complying. The model thrives on low administration enforcement capacity. In other words, our resources will not be very efficient to make sure that we bring everyone to book. But we need not to do that. In other countries, you see a person who sells tomatoes pays his tax. Like I was in Mauritius, I was in China, they pay their taxes. But as Zimbabweans, I don't know those that are in the markets whether they are paying or not, but we have not seen them in our databases. Okay, then the second school of thought on compliance looks at the attitude and moral obligation of the client. And attitudes and moral obligations rather than are quite very important. And they look at the economic calculations and fear of reprisal, and they submit their information as required, which is a positive compliance behavior. And this is the majority of our clients. This school of thought identifies trust. And it's very important that Zimra and its clients, we have a lot of trust. That trust is a futuristic role as far as the country is concerned. Trust prevails where there is positive and mutual beneficial business relationship, which is very, very important. Then we have got the types of non-compliers. We have got what we call tax protesters. I hope we don't have these here. Tax protesters create a new interpretation of the legislation, and they really fight and come up with the excuses now and then. And most of these, they come from the lawyers, accountants, and other representatives of some nature. They try as much to show that their economic activities are not blooming and they don't have reliable information. They have a habit of presenting over and over again the same arguments. In other words, they will be saying, Zimra, you are not listening. Listen to my arguments. Then we have got tax resistors. These they deliberately refuse to pay taxes for the other reasons. Some arguing that government actions, the way the money is being used, and so forth. But just pay. I've heard people who go to church saying, do we ever ask how tithe is used? We just pay, and what happens to it? That's God's business. Drivers of non-compliance, possibly we as an organization and as the government, we also at times push people to extremes. Absence of tax morality in the taxpayer, that's one aspect. Then high tax rates. Within the SADC region, if you look at, there are some countries that they've got lower rates than us as far as corporate tax is concerned and so forth. And clients normally move their businesses to those areas. So high tax rates can actually push our businesses elsewhere. Or even they can bring in the transfer pricing aspects, make sure that Zimbabwe is lumped up with a lot of expenses, then profits go to the neighboring countries. Then there's a bit of taxation illiteracy. In some countries, they actually try to teach even at primary and secondary level taxation issues, which I think as a country we may need to consider, so that at least the person grows up knowing exactly what is tax. When I joined the tax department then, I was not even sure what I was going to do, but I said I have sought employment, so zvangu zvabatana. And I only got surprised when I was in there, and I also started making and demanding a lot of aspects, like I didn't know to pay tax because I work for the Taxes Division. Unfortunately, I'm the one who should be the first one to comply. Then poor or no public enlightenment campaigns, but I think this one we are doing as much. Lack of adequate enforcement on defaulters. We are also trying. Lack of adequate tax incentives. These ones, I think you are also part of the system, and you can advise the government to put up adequate tax incentives, like capital allowance, additional capital allowances, and even other capital allowances as far as customs is concerned. The non-existence of equitable or efficient tax system, again, that is a major challenge. Poor relationship between taxpayers and tax administrators. We try as much to make sure that there's no poor relationship. But from the comments I've been hearing, it is difficult to. Then proliferation of taxes and other tax-related charges. Okay. Then nurturing, how do we nurture our clients? There's a choice between two enforcement strategies. One, deterrence based on strategies which make use of punishment and sanctions. And this is the most one that people fear. Then the second one is general persuasion and cooperation. This is the desired one. For Zimura, if everyone goes to point number 2, as far as nurturing is concerned, we'll be very, very happy. Okay, so we look into these two, whether or an enforcement strategy is stigmatic or reintegrative or influences the feeling of the client. Then the feelings of resentment have a direct impact on the taxpayer's decision to comply. So we need to make sure that this is why I'm saying 2 is very good. Then modern day tax authorities regard taxpayers as business partners. And we've done that at Zimura. If you come to Zimura, what we give you is the number, which is in the SAP. We call it a business partner number. The essence being you are our partners. Oh, it's not moving. Okay. Then we've got that approach to tax compliance. It looks at just 2 aspects. The first approach and the second approach. The first one, it looks at cohesion or the tax gap that has to be fulfilled. And in that aspect, we require almost 100% when we coerce you to pay your tax. Then the second one is voluntary. And voluntary, we mean that you pay your taxes, you're in time, you submit your returns in time, you have the spirit of making sure that the nation ticks. And even if you are being audited, the voluntary route assists you as much as possible as far as the penal sums are concerned. So the second approach is better than the first approach in this scenario. The identify the nature of the taxpayer and his personal needs is what we try as much to pursue. If we identify the nature of your business and what exactly you require, then also identify the common causes of non-compliance inherent in the taxpayer's business. This one will also assist us in making sure that we understand our clients as much as possible. Then assess the tax authority's current capacity to address the issues that are being raised and design strategy to effect the required changes. Then apply the approach to the best suits the nature of the taxpayer. And normally we have open door policy, and we really welcome you when you come on your own. In some instances, we audit clients, then they fear to come to us for the conclusion of the actual audit, but you are disadvantaging yourself, because what you need to do is to make things that are practical on your side. So you actually propose even the payment terms, how you can meet the outstanding debt and the current obligation as well, so that at the end of the day, you don't strain your business. We are very flexible. Then segmentation is key in the segregation of clients. As Zimura, we have gone into the segmentation route. Why? We have said we are in partnership with our clients. And the most important aspect is for us to understand the client And for us to understand the client, we've put what we call client liaison officers. And these liaison officers, day in, day out, they are dealing with the same client so that they understand the business and nature and accommodate them as far as the issues they are raising is concerned. Then Zimbra to business relationship, we have also done a memorandum of understanding with business, and we periodically meet to review issues as Zimbra and business. And this was done about 2 years ago, and it is bearing fruit because that has also assisted in narrowing the gap between us and business. Then client-friendly communication strategy is what we are also trying as much. Then interactive approach, which allows taxpayers to access management, which is the open door policy that I've said. Even at exec level, you can go up the ladder. Then automation for closer monitoring of transactions. As an organization, we've done a lot of automation. All our officers, they've got computers, and they make sure that inside every day, they are busy looking at the monitor screen to make sure that everything that is being done is being accounted for through the system. We've even come up with the SCUDA and the SAP system, and recently we've come up with e-services. We also have real time as far as our payments are concerned. At a border post, you have imported your vehicle, you don't have money, you just go and pay at the bank. Then by the time you come back, that will be reflecting in the system, and you take your vehicle. Okay, then assignment of tax processes to taxpayer through e-services. What we are also doing, remember we did the what we call final deduction system, where we took the work from ourselves as Zimbra to yourselves as business to do it for us. Like now, pay as you earn, the work is done by you, the reconciliation is done by you at the end of the day or at the end of the year, and you submit your information on behalf of your staff. We of late have also opened up a web where you can actually complete your returns, then submit them to Zimbra in the comfort of your homes or in the comfort of your offices. Then we also try as much to engage and negotiate terms of the current obligations and arrears. But this is done for those that are forthcoming. Then use of coercion, aggression, enforcement, and recovery strategies is used as a last resort. Before you ask me any question about garnish orders, let me reply it. Garnish orders are used as a last resort. Please take note. Garnish orders are used as a last resort. In other words, what am I saying? You have to make sure that you come to Zimbra, you engage us on your debt and arrears. Then we have an agreed payment plan. But if you don't come, you are more or less playing a cat and mouse aspect, and that will lead to garnish orders. We have even elevated the issue of garnish orders to an extent that we have said garnish orders are signed by senior managers. Like in the regions, they are signed and approved, or they are approved by regional managers or acting regional manager. So it's a serious aspect that we consider very much. We don't want to derail the operations of any business. Then taxpayer segmentation, I think I've already commented on that. Tax amnesty. This was introduced in 2014, and the main benefit or the main aspect was to make sure that we bring in the errant clients to the system. These clients have not been complying. Some of them may have received monies from laundering activities, and we said, let's give them the opportunity to wash their money. And a number of them came and submitted what was not paid to Caesar. So we are quite grateful. Conditions for qualification included tax irregularities not known to the tax authority. In other words, what you are going to submit and declare was what is not known. But some ended up trying to put what is known and take advantage of the amnesty, but those were not allowed. Then only the specified irregularities qualified with a certain criteria which we used. Then the application was to be in writing and was to be approved. Then approved applications were logged as far as the payment period is concerned. Then the amnesty was very good in the sense that those that came in had their penalty waived and interest waived and the prosecution waived as well. Those are just a diagrammatic representation of important aspects of amnesty, the period, then the application period, and the payment period. But some of the companies and some of the individuals had some challenges as far as the payment period is concerned. So then amnesty, the definition, I think that one, you are learned people, let me move. I'm seeing Mr. is trying to say my time may be out. Then challenges encountered. Initial legislation was unclear to both us and was complex as well to the clients. Time constraints negatively affecting taxpayer and tax officers' education initiatives. Then the slow uptake. Yeah, when we started amnesty, there was a very slow uptake, and everyone was skeptical. They would come and ask questions, discuss as though they have nothing amiss, and in the process collect were testing the waters. Then ultimately they will submit. But also the submissions were being done in the last day of each expiry period, most of them. Then misinterpretation of the intention and non-qualifying taxpayers. There was a lot of complaints from the compliant taxpayers. They were saying, yeah, giving a leeway and a window to the other non-compliers, yet we are the compliant, we should be benefiting as well. So what are you going to do with the penalties and interest that you have charged us during the audits? And that was not considered, but that was one of the challenges that we encountered. Then incomplete applications were also part of that. Then shortcomings, lower expectations in terms of expected applications and payments, uncertainties causing taxpayer to a wait-and-see attitude, then perception by compliant taxpayers that I've said, then foregone revenue in the form of penalties and interest was a better option. Benefits to the administration, additional revenues were collected, taxpayer database growth was realized, intelligence was gathered on how these monies were realized and why they were not being actually declared, then quick returns as far as the fiscus is concerned, and a creation of a relationship between the client and the authority, then building trust, which was the most important aspect, and for the future as well, these were going to be on our database. Lessons learned as a concluding aspect, tax amnesties do not necessarily yield as expected, and they are also short-term. The money comes over 6 months and it's gone. They create friction between the administration and the compliant clients. They can also create speculative tendencies, hoping that next time there will be another amnesty. Then enable the tax authority to obtain, albeit limited extent and realization that levels of non-compliance within those respective. Then amnesty must be not routine. Amnesty is free resources, which was an advantage to us because money was just coming in voluntarily. They provide tax authority opportunities to gather data or our new clients. There is need for greater education as far as our clients are concerned so that they don't go into the non-compliant route. Amnesty spread the burden of the tax system to those that were complying and the non-compliers. There's greater need and impact on assessment, which is proposed during the amnesty period. I think I'm almost done saying. Then for us, you can contact us on our websites. We are on Twitter, get us on Facebook. We are also on email, and we are also putting up a call center just for you to make sure that the service is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agova. I'm going to ask Monica Chanduru if you can come up and is Monica here? Yeah. She can come up and give a small token of our appreciation. And then we'll take questions when we have the panel, because Mr. Gova will be part of the panel.
Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
the interim relief.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We bought your gift in Botswana yesterday and forgot to pay. Just a quick announcement. Some documents would have been given to you. ICAZ members survey and this form here. Please may you complete it because we'd like to get some feedback in terms of how you found winter school so we can improve winter school in years to come. Then our next speaker, or rather before I introduce the next speaker, just to say that we now have a point of sale machine, CBZ point of sale machine for all your purchases if you don't have cash. If you remember, there are some ICAZ branded items for sale outside. If you don't have cash, there's a CBZ point of sale machine that you can utilize to make those purchases. Our next speaker is Dr. Kubukile Mlambo, who was appointed Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe in July 2012, and he's in charge of economic research, policy, and finance. As Deputy Governor, he's also a member of the RBZ Board of Directors and the Monetary Policy Committee. He joined the Reserve Bank from the African Development Bank, where he rose from the rank of senior economist in 1997 to the post of regional director in January 2012, where he was in charge of country strategy formulation, country portfolio programming and management, as well as leading policy dialogue in 7 countries in East Africa, namely Comoros, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. At the Africa Development Bank, he also served as a principal research economist, principal country economist working on Ghana and Liberia. That was in 2000 to 2002, as chief country economist covering South Africa, Swaziland, and the SADC region between 2003 and 2006, and as advisor to the chief economist from 2007 to 2011, where he was responsible for providing consistent and robust advice on economic research and policy to the chief economist. Before joining the African Development Bank, he worked as a university lecturer in economics, first at the University of Zimbabwe in 1994, then as a senior lecturer at the University of Fort Hare in South Africa. An economist by training, his areas of expertise include macroeconomic and exchange rate policy, economic growth, finance, investment, and productivity growth and efficiency analysis. He has published papers in referred journals and has chapters in edited books. He holds a PhD in economics from the Göteborgs University in Sweden and a BSc in economics from the University of Zimbabwe. So without further ado, Dr. Mlambo, we welcome you to Winter School and the podium. Thank you.
So let me also thank you for inviting me again to talk to you. I think I'm becoming like a broken record because every year you're inviting me to talk and I talk about the same thing. You asked me to talk about the monetary policy update, and I'll try to be very quick and brief on that since we're going to have a panel discussion after that. Okay, so this is sort of the outline of the presentation I'm going to give. So we're looking at the introduction, sort of the context, and then we look at the background to the cash shortage, and then also the nature of that shortage, and then the policy responses. Basically, what I'm trying to do here is to try and make you understand how we see the problem and how we thought about how to deal with the problem and what we see as a way forward. Sorry, I'm not sure. Okay, good. So I'm starting with just the context. There you have a table that looks at the growth performance of the Zimbabwean economy since 2009. So you will see that the blue line is showing the GDP growth, and the red line is showing the per capita growth. Now you can see that by 2013, 2014, we're already in serious trouble in terms of per capita growth. In other words, in per capita terms, we're facing a huge decline in our economic performance, so that it became negative by 2014. In other words, we're getting worse off per person, as it were, if you like. And the reasons for that are quite obvious and they're quite clear. We are not serving as an economy, as a country. Our people get money and consume it, so we're not serving due to our low disposable incomes. We're not investing enough because all our investment are short-term. We don't have long-term investments. Long-term. This is because our deposits in the banks are mostly short-term, so they can't fund long-term investments. And we've been shut out of the international capital markets at a time when Zambia was borrowing $750 million at 6%. We could not even get $1 internationally at 100%. So sort of the challenges that we're facing. Obviously, the drought situation, we cannot underestimate it. I don't have the table here, but I have a graph that shows actually that the frequency of the drought has increased in the last few years. And so we need a different kind of planning for that kind of a thing. And the fact that our agriculture is not performing, because whichever way you want to look at this economy, the problem in manufacturing and also part of mining, but mainly in manufacturing, are really due to the underperformance in agriculture, because we've always had an agro-based manufacturing system. So and then obviously the other thing is the liquidity challenges that have been with us since 2009. And I'll go into this because I think this is where the crux of the matter is that we need to understand. And these liquidity challenges began in 2009. You see, when you dollarize, I'm going to use dollarization as a generic term for multi-currency, because that's a bit more mouthful. So when you dollarize in general, you buy stability through dollarization. Because dollarization acts as a currency board of some sort, a cheaper way of running a currency board. So you buy macroeconomic stability, but the downside of that is that you have liquidity challenges, because now you are no longer printing, if you like, to induce liquidity into the economy. You're now relying. I'll come to that very quickly. So why you buy stability, but you lose on liquidity, and that's a challenge that was not very well understood in 2009. People were talking about it, but they did not realize what it was doing. You're building up to the cash crisis that we face today. I'm not getting this very well. Okay, so what's the background of this cash crisis? Okay, there's something that should come up. Yeah. Right. Like I was saying, the cash crisis that we're looking at right now began as a liquidity challenge at the beginning of the dollarization. Why? Because since you do not print money, your liquidity, and let me use a looser term, your cash comes from those main sources. It comes from exports as the biggest chunk of your source of liquidity. It comes from money transfers, the diaspora really, and NGOs and embassies, loans from income receipts and then from foreign investment. Now, in our situation, I'm going to come back to this very quickly. Our situation is the largest source of our liquidity is exports. And unfortunately, the least source is foreign investment, and there are particular challenges with that part of it, which I will try and come to. So, 2009, we have a building crisis, which we do not really appreciate, but it's coming from those four sources. And I would say, if anything, let's understand that our current crisis emanates really from three main sources. Or I'll put more there, but you can summarize them in three. One is the deficits, which have combined the trade imbalances. This is really current account, but I'm just using trade balances there, and the fiscal deficits. And then the other part of it is low external inflows that are coming in. And then the confidence. So I'm going to put these three into a discussion point. You're looking at the twin deficits, exports and imports, low inflows, and confidence, low confidence in the economy. Those are the three major challenges that we need to address with this situation. So I don't think you can see that, but there what I have is on my left, I have a diagram that shows imports and exports in value terms, starting from 1980 up to 2015. So the blue is the exports, and I think the orange, I'm still talking about the diagram on the left, the orange is your imports, and the red line is the gap between the two. Right? So you can see that between 1980 up to about 2007, you had a balance in general between imports and exports. And then after that, up to 2008, 2009, imports start to outstrip significantly the exports. Now, to be sure, our exports are growing, have been growing. I mean, we're exporting more than we were doing in the 90s. But the difference between now and the 90s is that our imports have grown faster. So you have a challenge there. The gap there is about $3 billion per year on average, which means that every year we need to search for about $3 billion to cover our imports, because our exports are not covering our imports. And the second thing, the graph on your right, is showing that at the same time, we are becoming less globalized as an economy. In other words, we're trading less with the outside world, because you're looking at imports and exports in 2015 and in 2014 and 2015. You can see that total trade is actually gone down tremendously. So we're actually trading less with the outside nation. And as a dollarized economy, trade is your major source of liquidity. So you need to trade more. So that's a challenge. That's one challenge. And then our other inflows, FDI especially, has been below potential. The diagram on your left, is showing our FDI inflows compared with Zambia and Mozambique. The blue line is Mozambique FDI inflows. The orange line is Zambia, and the green line is Zimbabwe. So you can see how underperforming we've been since 2009. We are, if you look at 2015, sort of 2014 figure, really, we are at 500 million, about 500 million. Of course, last Wednesday, UNCTAD issued new figures. We are now back to 420 million and Mozambique is hitting 6 billion. Well, this year, the last time they also had a decline. They had 3 billion, and Zambia got 1.6 billion. So clearly, we're hitting below our potential. And that's another major source of investment. We know the reasons for that, why investment is not coming to the country, which I will cover under lack of trust and uncertainty. Diaspora on the left, on the right, diaspora improving. really doing well. But then we were getting about $1 billion from our diaspora. So, but they're not sufficient to cover the shortfalls that we're getting from our FDI. So we need to do something about FDI. So what is the challenge then? So that slide is showing you our total foreign inflows vis-a-vis our total foreign outflows. The blue line is our total foreign inflows. I'm talking about the diagram on the left. The blue line is our total foreign inflows, which are on average about $6 billion per year. And the orange line is our total outflows. In other words, what we use the foreign currency that we use to purchase imports, to pay for school fees, to pay for medical fees, to pay for income receipts and so on. That is the orange line. You can see that per year, therefore, we need there's a gap of about $1 billion per year that we need. Because our 4 million, as you can see, 4 million is coming from, well, you can't see there, but about 4 billion is coming from exports, about $1 billion from the diaspora, and about $1 billion from for fees, transport, and tourism. What are we using that money for? That table on your right is showing you that merchandise exports is the first one. Sorry, I can't see from here also like you, but merchandise exports is the first one. And when you demarcate, when you sort of check what is that in merchandise exports, the blue line, the table below, the blue line, space there, that's consumption imports. So consumption imports take a big chunk of our merchandise exports, imports that we pay for. So clearly every year we have to find, when we've accounted for all our inflows and all our outflows, we have to account for $1 billion that we need. Now, starting from 2009, every year we're accumulating $1 billion that we need to pay for. So clearly, by the time you get you could tell by 2015 that we're headed for a cash crisis. You could tell, because every year we're piling up these. My estimation is that in terms of the gap between imports and exports, our cumulative gap now stands at $26 billion cumulatively. So there's a challenge that we face it. And we could see that by October last year, which is why when we read the monetary policy statement for 2016, we focused a lot on issues to deal with externalization of foreign currency, because we're seeing this kind of problem coming up to us. Commodity prices, I don't need to cover this, so you know. Gold, the top one is gold, output and price. Price is falling. Unfortunately, we also, and that's diamonds, you know the story of diamonds. Ferrochrome, also. I'm putting these figures, these tables for one important reason. We are not the economy of the 1990s. So we should forget that. We're an economy totally dependent on 5 commodities for exports. They take about 80% of they bring in 80% of our revenues come from tobacco, they come from gold, they come from platinum, chrome, and diamonds. So gold has actually been performing, because we're actually, I think now we except for the price is down, but I think gold is bringing results. Tobacco doing quite well, with challenges obviously. Ferrochrome and platinum price problems, and as I said, we know the challenges that are in the diamond sector. But we are not that economy that we're boasting about. I heard in the bus people boasting a bit about Zimbabwe. We're not that economy anymore. We're a typical African economy dependent on commodities. So manufacturing is almost dead. So we need to recover that. Okay. Now, of course, so that was one part. This was one. Second part is fiscal pressures. I don't want to spend too much time on this. We all know. It's also not my area. I don't want to interfere with the minister's side. from a central bank perspective, we're in charge of monetary policy, they're in charge of fiscal policy. But we have not yet got a handle on government spending. We need to do that. Part of our challenges in this cash crisis come from failure to, or difficulties of controlling government spending. You have heard the minister say that employment costs account for 80% of government budget. Now, obviously, people will say, "Oh, but government is also borrowing through T-bills." That's really not a problem. T-bills are not really your problem. There are all rumors about blah blah blah, but they are not really the problem, because a lot of them are long term. So they are not in charge. They're not responsible for the current situation, except in terms of confidence and uncertainty. But in terms of actual payments, they are not responsible for the current cash crisis. And remember, a lot of them were the RBZ debt, which most of you benefited by getting tractors and cars and stuff like that. I was not here, so I'm not responsible. So I didn't get anything. But it was a debt that accumulated on the books of the bank. So, but I think what the point I'm trying to make is we need to get a handle. You see, one thing that, I know there might be a few economists here. You remember Milton Friedman said, inflation is everywhere and always a monetary phenomenon. That is generally true. But what is missing from that statement is, what is the source of that printing of money? It's always to monetize a fiscal deficit. Central bankers hate printing money. But when they need to monetize a deficit, they will be under pressure to print the money. So therefore, although inflation is a monetary phenomenon, but this source is fiscal. Unless you have fiscal consolidation, you're always going to have a problem. Which is what our Zambian friend colleague didn't tell us, because that is actually the source of the current problems that they've been facing. Anyway, according to their government anyway. The other thing, this one you have seen, the government has talked a lot about this one. We've had an excessive use of the reliance on the US dollar. In 2009, 49% of our transactions were in US dollars, 49% in rands, and 2% in other currencies. But by 2016, in April, this is April 2016, 95% of our transactions are in US dollars and 5% in rands. So clearly, there's more demand for the US dollar at a time when two things are happening. One, exports are declining in value terms, but two, the dollar is strengthening. So we're a developing country using a first world country. And so clearly, we're not competitive on an exchange rate basis vis-a-vis South Africa. And we also chose a currency that is a reserve currency. So we have had, and this is, I'm saying it in a light moment, but we've had a lot of our neighboring countries coming to Zimbabwe just for the dollar. It's a reserve currency. You have people from West Africa coming here for the dollar, because that's the only country you can get a dollar. Well, I don't want to mention our friends elsewhere, but they also have been, so this has been an issue. So we've become the ATM of the region, so we need to deal with that issue. And so there's a challenge that we need to restore the multi-currency regime. So what is our thinking when we're faced with this situation? Oh, before I go to that, the third problem, and this is the elephant in the room, lack of confidence in the economy, in the system. It seems Zimbabweans don't seem to trust us. One of the things I'm tired of when I go to social gatherings, especially family ones, is the question, when are you bringing back the Zim dollar? And I'm always saying, we don't want to bring back the Zim dollar, but nobody seems to believe me. It's a trust issue. People have lost confidence in the institutions, and I understand. It rises from policy inconsistency. I think it's a big, major problem in this country. You all know them. And also there's very confusing messages that come from us, the policymakers. You all remember one confusion in a policy area until the president came and said, this is how we're going to do this. Yet the ministers were all busy exchanging unpleasantries in the newspaper until the president came and dealt with the issue. So that confuses policymakers. And I'll tell you why. In my early years as an academic, I researched a lot on investments. And one of the issues that you discover about investing in fixed assets is that they have two characteristics when you invest in a fixed asset. One is that it takes time to build. When you're planning to invest in a mall, it takes time to build. It's not something you can wake up and say, tonight I'm going to put in 50 million in my mall and thing goes. It takes time to build. But two, it's partially or fully irreversible. Once you sink in that investment, you cannot withdraw it. If you build a railway line, it's just for a train to ride over. You cannot use that investment for anything else. So it is irreversible. And therefore, when there's uncertainty in the economy, investments that take time to build and are irreversible always are the ones that get delayed. So investors either postpone that investment or they withdraw completely. And this is what we're facing in this economy. Because of policy uncertainties and confusing messages, investors are not sure that if they invest today, tomorrow we may have changed our minds about the policy, and then they lose out. So they postpone or withdraw, and that's our challenge that we're facing. So we need to address this issue as a country, as policymakers ourselves in central bank, that we build in confidence, we try and gain enough consistency and traction in our policy making. And we're making progress until this crash. I think in central bank, we're trying to build confidence in the system, and people were starting to respond until the crisis started. And I'm hoping that I can convince you that the way we want to go makes sense. Okay, the impact. So what happens was that with the export, with all the sources of foreign currency in decline, the nostro balances of the banks with their correspondent banks were under pressure. And remember, it is from the nostro balances that imports are funded. And it's from the nostro balances that cash is imported into the country. So in the nostro balances, and I want to emphasize this one because I hear a lot of misleading information that, the central bank has taken the money of the banks and that's why the nostros are not well funded. We have not taken any bank's money. If Neva was here or Georgia, they were supposed to be here, but I haven't seen them. The governor has called them and said, if I've taken anybody's money, please come and take it. I want to hear that bank that says we took so much of their money. Because the figures that I have don't show, unless the other figures that are hidden, that I don't know. But anyway, so pressure on the nostro balances results. Which has resulted in delays in acquitting the invoices that, especially for those of you who deal with imports, delays. Credit facilities for importers have now reduced, which we are worried about. And if we don't manage it well, there may be shortages in the market or prices may go up. And we have seen this with cooking oil, unfortunately. So what did we do? We did two things on May 5. And I'll end with those. I won't go through the whole of the slide so that all of the presentation so we can have discussions. We did two things. One was we addressed the short-term challenges in the cash situation. And two, we wanted to provide support for the main sources of the cash. Three, I forget. Three was always there before, but I must remember it. Three, we also quicken the pace for re-engagement, and that's very important. I'll say quickly why. So the policy measures, these you know them already. Limits on how much you can withdraw per day. We put it at 1,000, but the banks, looking at their own cash situation, have made it 100 or 200, depending on the bank's balances. We also wanted to promote the use of plastic machines. Obviously, we think we should move more and more into plastic machines, but we know that that will not solve completely our cash crisis because there are certain transactions you still need to do in cash. So we need to do, but we need to see more at police roadblocks and at Bedzanamo. We need to see more and more of these, and it's possible because they are now mobile ATMs. We put a limit on cash on how much you can take outside the country. You can take only cash of 15,000 per trip, but on your card you can carry up to 15. You can use up to 15,000. We worked with banks to reduce the cost of banking, which I think we've made progress there. They're still not fully, but we've made a lot of progress. It's now cheaper to, as you know, it's now cheaper to use your point of sale machine. We had one lady who sent an email to the governor that she went to QV to buy a cough mixture of $2.50. And when she swiped on a card, she was charged $2 for that, which didn't make sense. So as you know, we've reduced that to between 10 cents and 40 cents. A special account to promote savings. Yeah. Now, bond notes. So that table is showing you, you have seen it already before, but it's showing you the blue. That is our biggest source of cash in this economy. And that's the one we want to support. So we're the challenge though. How do we, two challenges. How do we come up with a system that cannot be externalized easily? Because as I said, the dollar is a reserve currency. Two, how do we incentivize the main sources of our cash? So that was our thinking as we were thinking about this issue. Initially, and then we had this money that we had negotiated already with Afrexim Bank of $200 million. We were sure that if you bring it here as cash, you won't have it within a month. Because we've seen banks importing new notes, but we never see them coming back into the banking system. So there's a leakage somewhere. So we can put this $200 million into the economy as US dollar notes, but it will disappear. So we thought, look, let's come up with initially we thought of a numeraire, a unit of account of some sort that can function internally. And there's nothing wrong with having something that can function internally. But in the discussion, it became clear that maybe let's come up with something that is like a bond note. Now this is how it works. It's designed to support as an incentive for exports. If an exporter exports goods worth $5,000, her bank will inform us that exporter A has earned us $5,000. So we calculate ourselves, because this export scheme works is for up to 5% of exports, of an exporter's revenue, sorry. So we work out, so they've brought in $5,000 into the system. So we give them an incentive of $250, right? But that is paid in bond notes. But what happens is we give it to the bank, not to the exporter. So understand me very clearly there. We give it to the bank, not to the exporter. So the exporter sees on her balance that I have 5,250 US dollars. Not 5,000 US dollars in 250 bond notes. She has $5,250. But the bank knows behind that part of that money is in bond notes. So how does that bond note get to the public? So the bank will put those $250 into the ATM, mixed with dollars, US dollars, because US dollars are not going away. At least the meetings I've said, no one has said US dollar is being abolished. If the other secret ones that I don't sit in, I cannot answer for them. But the ones that I have sat in, the multi-currency system remains. So when you go to your bank and you withdraw, some of your money will be in bond notes, some of it will be in US dollars. It's not possible that $200 million can replace $5 billion. Not possible. As long as you have enough and efficient safeguards to ensure that there's no overprinting. And I understand the skepticism. You have been hurt by this same central bank before. You lost your savings, you lost your livelihoods. So I understand this, and I understand and I appreciate. I also have savings that I want to preserve. So the point is, I know there's a big confidence gap that we have to jump. If we have learned anything from 2009, is that you can't force citizens to use a currency they don't want. So it would make sense, it will not make sense for us to force you to use bond notes if you don't want. So from the central bank perspective, so wait, let me finish. You don't clap yet. From the central bank perspective, and I want to say this very clearly, from the central bank perspective, from the comments that the governor has made, comments I have made, and my colleague has made, and our directors have made, bond notes come as an alternative. I do not use the word currency, because they're not really a currency, but they come as an alternative facility for people to use. It's very important to understand that. It's an alternative. We cannot force you to use them if you don't want to use them. But if you have a liquidity challenge and you need another currency, another facility to use, the bond notes are there. Now, obviously, like I said, it will be very important that we have very strong safeguard mechanisms. What have we put in place as a safeguard mechanism? One is that the facility is for $200 million, but we shall not print up to $200 million. Two, there's a tripartite agreement that is being finalized between ourselves, Afreximbank, who are underwriting that facility. Because remember, they also have a reputation to maintain out there. If we mess up on this, we mess up on their ability to raise finances, trade finance outside. So they are also careful. They want to be also very careful that the system will not be open to abuse. So the tripartite agreement is going to be between ourselves, the central bank, Afreximbank, and the printers, that we don't print beyond the amount of the facility. Three, the IMF, we're under a staff monitored program. I know we still have to clear the areas and so on, but it's important to understand that the IMF has to have an eye on this. Now, I can't speak for political issues. I can speak for economic ones. I can tell you that on economic grounds, it will not be prudent for us to go beyond that amount. And it will not be prudent, even for me, I think even to go up to 150 would be fine. And I hope we've demonstrated by how we behaved with bond coins. And I know that's a small thing. Bond coins are not the big issue. But the bond coins had a facility of $50 million. Up to now, we've not gone beyond 13 million on the minting of the bond notes. Now, I know that paper money and coin money have different attributes and different implications in the economy. The other one deals with change. This one deals with issues of liquidity. So they are different. But all I'm saying is, give it a chance. Let's see how it works. So I want to stop here so that we can take more questions. Yeah, let me stop here. I had more things to say, but I'll say it if you ask me. Otherwise, I will volunteer information you don't need.
Thank you, Dr. Mlambo. Maybe just before you come down, if Patrick could come through, just give a small token of our appreciation. And while we do that, if people on the panel can get ready to come up and take their seats, I think you know yourselves, led by Canada Malunga. Thank you very much. People on the panel can start getting ready, and then we're going to hear from Get Cash. Is there anyone from Get Cash here to speak to us? Thank you. And is Canada here? Okay. Dr. Mlambo, if you can join us at the...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are from Get Cash. My name is Plaxidus, and this is Carol Nyazika. We'll just briefly talk about Get Cash. We won't take much of your time. So Carol will take us through and explain who Get Cash is.
Okay, so Get Cash is a Zimbabwe money transfer operation offering mobile money payment solutions to individuals and corporate customers. So what we did is that we had to research and find out what exactly does an individual in Zimbabwe need to make their lives more convenient in their day-to-day activities. So what we decided is that, and what we discovered is that we needed to bring numerous financial services together, all onto one app and one platform, and make sure that everything that we do on the platform has visibility and security for all your cash transactions as well. So what this led to finding out is that our app offers a lot of convenience for everybody. That means you can bank with any bank across Zimbabwe and also be able to access our platform. We're also a reliable app because of the technology that's the backbone of our mobile money transfer. We also needed to find out a way of making sure that everyone is financially included. So whether you have a smartphone, whether you have a bank account or not, you'll still be able to transact with our app. We also support the cashless movement that we are facing right now in the economy. So using Get Cash right now is a very cashless and seamless way to operate and to buy your services or your goods. We're also network agnostic, which means that you can be on any network and still be able to use the Get Cash app. So you can be on Telecel or Econet or Net1 and still be able to transact, which makes it very inclusive as well. We also are very compatible with any handset. So whether you have a smartphone or whether you don't have a smartphone, you'll be able to use our services. So this makes it very convenient for anybody, whether you're in the rural areas or in the urban areas as well. Okay, so I'll just run through and let you guys know what exactly is going on with Get Cash, because some of you may know us previously as Net Cash, but since we were acquired by Brainworks Capital, we have rebranded to Get Cash. So yes, and another thing is that a lot of people are confusing us with Get Bucks. Get Bucks, Get Cash, Get Sure are all under the Brainworks Capital Management portfolio. So we're all the same family, but we operate in different industries. So some of you have had the opportunity of experiencing our app. We loaded and credited your wallets with $25, so I hope you guys have had access to that and have been able to transact on our platform. If you haven't and you still haven't received your money, please may you see us after this presentation or at lunchtime, and we'll be able to assist you. So to continue with that, we have a bouquet of services on our platform that you're able to access. You have only received and seen a preview of the app, because we haven't officially launched. Our launch date will be next week, and Plucky will be able to tell you more about that. So you'll be able to use our prepaid services, which are your airtime top-up, and because we're network agnostic, that means you can top up any phone line that you have, whether it's Telecel, Econet, or Net1 or Africom or whatever you have. You're also able to pay for your electricity, and we also have bill payments. We have your insurance premium payments, satellite subscription payments, and utility bills as well. And you'll be able to pay for people, your children's school fees and so forth. And yeah, and so forth. You'll be able to cash in and cash out and also do remittances through our banking services. And we're also able to do disbursements for our corporate clients, and Plucky will tell you more about what our corporate clients are able to do with our platform.
All right. Over and above what Carol has mentioned, we also have salary disbursements, especially for the low-income earners. Companies, I'm glad we have the FDs and the influential people in this room to make decisions on that. So with salary disbursements, you are able to pay your workers directly into your wallet. And then we also have merchant services and agent services. So for more information, we'll be launching on the 21st, next Thursday at Crown Plaza. So all of you are invited. So for official invitations, please see us after the presentation so we can register your names. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've just made it soon after 12. I'm excited to be back again, to be standing in front of you with this honorable panelists that I've got to try to unpack some of the issues that we've been debating over the last few days. To assist us, ladies and gentlemen, on the panel, the following. I've got Dr. Kwaramba from the World Bank. I've got Mr. Chewe from Zambia. Where's Mr. Chewe from Zambia? Please, sir, I need you. Same applies to the doctor. I need you. I think I've got a few more seats. I've got seats for you. I've got Mr. Gova of the Zimra fame. Dr. Mlambo. I shan't put any suffix to that, Dr. Mlambo. Where is my bango? Please, I need my bango. Berecha, I can see Berecha. Addington is going to play golf. Mr. Chiwau from the ministry and the president. This is how we're going to try to play the game. We've got an hour for us to play the game so that all of you can be released to go for your afternoon sports activities. But obviously we want to try to make this as interactive and as constructive as possible. Thank you, my bango. The theme of 2016 Winter School that we're running with is taking ownership for Zimbabwe's future. Taking ownership of our Zimbabwe's future. I've tried to play around with Zimbabwe's future. I've tried to substitute Zimbabwe by ICAZ. I've tried to substitute Zimbabwe by this flag. I've tried to do, just to play around this. I've just tried to play around this and say somehow there's a belief in the house that there is a future to come. There is a belief that we are in a current situation, but we are here because of the future to which we intend all to go. Panelists, that's very fundamental. Please, I want you to take note of that point. We want to take ownership of an institute that was founded in 1919 before we ever thought that we're going to be born. We want to take ownership of the institute that we've got in 2016 and say, where do we see this institute in the future? I shan't say 2017, I shan't say 2018, but I shall say in the future. This flag, this institute, and this country.
Mr. President, your term is expiring today. Certainly there's something that you want to leave for us, that you're going to hand over today, hopefully, if the elections went on well on Friday, to Mrs. Zoravanu, and Mrs. Zoravanu is going to leave that to Martin, hopefully, if he doesn't misbehave, and it will go, in that order. I want the panelists the following. Because Dr. Mlambo has just spoken, first round, I will not ask you to say anything, Dr. Mlambo. So the people that I want to say something in the first instance is Dr. Kwaramba. I want you to say something in the first instance. Mrs. Bango, I want you to say something in the instance. Verecha, I want you to say something in the first instance. Mr. Mervin Chihuahua, I want you to say something in the first instance, and Roach Manikere first in the instance. But what it is that I want you to say in 2 minutes, in your areas that you presented, what is the one thing that we need to act upon today for us to guarantee the future of this country? Please take note. Out of your area of expertise that you presented over the last 2 days, what is the one fundamental thing that we need to act on for us to take full ownership, not of today? Today we're in charge. Remember that advert? Today we may look the same, but in the future, I will be in charge. Not me, no, you understand what I mean. So that's what I would want you to say. But for Roy, the question is slightly different. Aikau, Saika, yours truly, Canada, Hong Kong, Australia and New Zealand, Ireland. What is it that this institute must do today to take full ownership of what's coming in the future? I give it over to you, Mr. President. The microphone is over here.
I'll stand. I prefer to stand when I'm speaking. Past President, thank you very much. I think for me, it is really an appeal to our members, and it's an emotional appeal that in 1994 we made a decision, and that decision has seen us sign on with 6 more institutes. The world has changed, and we need to be thinking differently. In order to take accountability for Zimbabwe's future, I think we need to be in a generation that sees things beyond ourselves and looks at the next generation that is coming and bequeathing them with the same history and legacy that this institute has bequeathed to us. The fact that we have 50% of our membership in the diaspora means those who came before us made the right decisions for us. So if there's one thing that I would like to leave all our members with in terms of my association with the Institute thus far, it is a legacy that entitles and allows those who come after us to benefit from what we have benefited from for the benefit of the country. One thing, Canada, I think when you spoke earlier, you wanted me to really, really emphasize to everyone, which I think has not really been clearly articulated, is today, as you sit here in this room, if you want to put ICAEW to your qualifications, the only thing you need to do is to speak to Felicity, fill in a form, and right now, right here, you can become an England and Wales Chartered Accountant. Right now, there's nothing you need to do. You don't need to pass an exam. And I think that is a great legacy to say we are international. We are an international brand. So that's what I would like to leave us with, Mr. Past President.
Thank you. Because some of the members are shy, last night when we were having a conversation on our table, a young lady said, since the conclusion of the MRIA, between the Institute of Chartered Accountants and England and Wales that she has since submitted an application, and the membership approval process was concluded very, very quickly. As we're speaking right now, in her office in Harare, there's 2 certificates that are hung, membership certificates that are hung on the walls. One is an ICAZ certificate, and the other one is England and Wales. Ladies and gentlemen, the train has taken off. Mrs. Bango, you touched my heart yesterday. And this is the statement that you said. You said the statement, meeting needs of the current generation without compromising the future. That was the essence of sustainability. In 2 minutes, one powerful message that you want to give us for the future.
Thank you very much. I think the first thing that for me, I would like to see the Institute working with is to do away with individualistic approach to issues. I think over the years we have found that the accountancy profession looks at itself as unique, as different. But I think there need to be that realization that accountancy cannot operate in isolation. It needs to be a situation where you place yourself in the world of the development sector and understand that sector. In fact, I'm thinking if we can have accountants that we can call development accountants and understand and appreciate that particular sector in our economy, understand the SME sector, understand the woman entrepreneur, understand that young man who is trying to start a business and do something for himself. Because that young man and that woman entrepreneur are the future of this economy. I believe you can do more for those 2 particular constituencies and not ignore them and not look at them and actually shun them, because over the years I've experienced and I've witnessed situations where if somebody is asked to come and help the small entrepreneur, you are actually looking at them down and they are considered as not that important. But if we look at where our economy is today, there is no way that this economy can grow and develop and be an economy that can be dealt with in the region unless you look at the SME sector, unless you look at the woman entrepreneur, unless you look at that young entrepreneur.
Thank you, madam.
So that's where I am.
Thank you. Transformational accountants. When the senior vice president made the presentation yesterday, in terms of the ICAZ demographics, I think she put up a slide that says the bulk of our membership is age 28 and 41, something like that, and 41. Your MC is certainly on the wrong side. So the hands of the future, the transformational accountants that we talk about, you are the transformational accountants that we're looking at. And you are the institute of today, you are the country of today. Thank you, Mrs. Bango. Dr. Kwaramba, well-researched, well-studied, please help us. Thank you very much. So what I can say, I desire to see the future for Zimbabwe is that can we speed, or as Zimbabweans, can we open up? In other words, I'm saying, can we re-engage? Can we speed up this re-engagement? And by that, it means that these deals, the mega deals, it means that there will be competition, especially to engage in these mega deals, be it from foreigners or from those in diaspora. If we open up and we become sort of transparent, it becomes a key issue. So this competitive bidding, always, it comes out from open. If you become open, then it becomes nice. So as accountants or as citizens of Zimbabwe, I can actually say, may you ask the government, like, for these projects, who are the bidders? And how did you reward the winner? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mako. Joseph.
Thank you, Ms. Malunga. My words and perspectives would be like this. I think one of the greatest things that we need in our country is dialogue and vision. Dialogue in terms of ourselves as practitioners, our government, business, labor, and civic society. We must all come together and realize we have to have a stake together to build Zimbabwe. We must survive together. We must build our nation together. No one will ever come to build our country but ourselves to restore its fortunes. What does vision mean? It means we must coalesce around some key specific strategic perspectives. What do we want to see happening to our children 50 years from now in Dombodema, in Marondamashanu, in Ripani, in Jamapere? Do we want to see them walking 10 kilometers to school barefoot? Do we want to see lights, hospitals, schools everywhere? The kind of development that we are seeing in other countries. And let me complete with this. The man who gave birth to the state of Israel, his name is Theodore Herzl. He died in 1904, very young. But he was surrounded by a group of young men at his deathbed when he had put in motion the process that was leading to the creation of the state of Israel 52 years later. And when he was dying, he said, today, that was 1896, I have put the foundations for the creation of a state for the Jews. If I said it aloud today, everyone will laugh at me. But in 50 years, everyone will see this. 52 years later, the state of Israel was born. We must love one another. We must care for Zimbabwe. We must give priority to what is best for our country and work together despite our differences.
Thank you. Of course, Joseph and I, which is why I'm calling him Joseph, share a long history as young professionals, because we believed in the future at some stage. Or we had one landlord who happens to be here in about 1991, 1992. Joseph was renting one room. I was renting one room. Then Subchena Jakaza was in charge of the entire house. This is 1991, 1992. As part of the panelists, we've got Mr. Mervyn Chiwao. He has not spoken, but he's the Deputy Director from the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. He is certainly the man who is famous for SI64. And we shall come to SI64 just now. But Mr. Chiwao, you have been listening. And we are geared to take ownership of this country. We are geared to take ownership of this flag. We've never been so proud of the future of this country. Please, may you give us your 2-minute statement.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malunga. You know, always when I get to the platform, it reminds me always when I was in India for some time. That was 8 years. In 2008, when inflation was skyrocketing, it was difficult to make a presentation on Zimbabwe. So as diplomats, we were called to make presentations. I remember when Zimbabwe was called, I was supposed to make a presentation. My counterpart from South Africa started to laugh. So everybody in the room was looking at the guy, why is he laughing? But what he was sending a message to me that what are you going to present? Because we know there is hyperinflation, shortages in the supermarkets, and there is nothing. So I always cherish when I'm amongst other people like myself, Zimbabweans who understand the problems, And I'm sure the solutions are with us, all of us. So when I am addressing like this gathering, one of the things that comes to mind is I am not just addressing to accountants, I'm addressing to CEOs of companies who are here, who are really good at influencing policy. I'm also discussing with financial directors, you can name it. But here we are having a grouping of people who are able to influence policy. But if we are looking into the future, my main thing that I would always worry about is because we want to industrialize this particular economy. And the thing is we have to be so systematic in our approach. If at all we want to industrialize this particular country, I always dig back into our basic economics. Every textbook of basic economics would tell us that there are factors of production in any economy. There are basic factors of production. And the thing is, what are we doing with these particular factors of production? It's a question that we need to ask ourselves in this particular gathering. Those factors of production, I know you know, it's land, it's labor, it's capital. So if we are to think of capital, I've seen most discussions are centered on capital. If we are to think of capital, that capital is supposed to come to Zimbabwe. If you don't have a plan for capital, I tell you, it's like giving you $1 billion today. Each one of you, if you are given $1 billion today, if you don't have a plan for it, I tell you, it will just sink. So as a country, what we need to have is to have that particular plan. What do we need to do with the money, assuming we get it? I'm sure through the discussions we'll have more to discuss.
Thank you, Mervyn. Sounds as if you can give him a round of applause, of course. During the tea break, one of the sponsors came to me and he was talking about the big 5 secrets of money management. So I can substitute money management and say capital. Ladies and gentlemen, we now need to take this a step forward and open this up to the floor. We want the points to be, your questions to be very, very brief. If you want the point to be targeted at a particular person, please do so. I'll only accept one question, one comment per member. I know that possession is 3/4 of the law. I'm happy to instruct the guys to take away the microphone from you because we want to try to dialogue and to be as inclusive as possible. Can I start by taking questions and comments, please? Right at the back. Please tell us your name.
My name is Brighton Raradza, and my question is directed to Zimra. I think most of the speakers that have spoken before were talking about the change in the structure of the economy, that is going informal, which I think is evident in a number of African countries. My question was, how is Zimra addressing this going forward, given that it's something that we are aware of and we've seen in other countries? How is Zimra looking to unlock that value? Because the prevalence is that most companies that are informally trading or individuals that are informally trading are not contributing to the fiscus. And the more people you get in that space, the more challenges you will have from a collection point of view. And other people have gone on to say because of that, we then find quite an aggressive approach when it comes to how Zimra manages those that have been contributing before or those that are still formal.
Thank you. Mr. Goba, you got that question? Thank you. Can I take another question, please? Okay, that's fine. I'll give you a few because we're streaming live with our membership, which is outside of Zimbabwe. There's also a Zimra question here that says, what is Zimra doing to clear the confusion at border posts? This confusion breeds corrupt tendencies and at the various ports of entry. So that's a Zimra question. While you're still shaking yourself up, I'll do a question again for the governor. The governor mentioned that the reasons for the current economic downturn is due to balance of payment deficits, low external inflows, and low confidence in the economy. Why, therefore, is Zimbabwe now a closed economy? I'll take that question over there, then we'll take a pause and go through round one of the questions.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Elia Madonto. I have a question for Zimra. I've noticed in your presentation you mentioned that Zimra focuses mainly on customer care, and we are the clients. I appreciate, I was a returning resident 3 months ago. I got good treatment in Harare when I cleared my vehicle. But when I went to clear the goods at the border, the customer care is very poor at our borders. The first thing they will start to give you are excuses on how you cannot clear your things. What is being done to address these challenges at the border? I think mainly they will be doing that so that they can collect something on their pockets.
Thank you, sir. Ties into the question that also came through from members outside the country. I'll therefore start with the governor, seeing that our colleague and our business partner from Zimra has got kind of a few questions to attend to. David, Governor.
Okay.
As brief as you can, please, Governor.
Yeah, just to say that you cannot run a dollarized economy as a closed economy. It's not possible. But you need to regulate an economy. And we're not closing the economy. Well, I mean, I hope my colleague can answer on, because I'm sure they will say close, they mean the import ban, which I can talk about. But what we're doing in the central bank is we're trying to regulate the use of foreign currency. We're not closing the economy.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Koba?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, everything is for me. The informal traders, thank you for that. This aspect has been under discussion for some time, and we have even the backing of the government as far as that is concerned. And what has Zimra done to make sure that we bring them on board and they are part of our database? We currently have embarked on a big exercise to make sure that every client and every operator in Zimbabwe who owns a business, no matter how small, is on our system. What we have done is we have started with the big companies. The big companies are giving us information. For example, if you have a bottle store, obviously you are going to buy from a reputable manufacturer whom I cannot mention by name. But every minute, every time, every day, we are now getting information real time from the manufacturer into our database. And we know, okay, Gova today has bought 20 crates of beer and 5 crates of Coca-Cola. We are also taking the same route to other big clients so that at least we know who are the people who are buying from there. Because if we confront these people as a group, we have a political problem. But we have said, let's try the isolation route. And from there, what we are actually doing, we have purchased about 3,000 gadgets from China. We are actually now connecting them so that each time they do their transactions, they just also come to us into our database. But we already know as far as the cost they are associated with. What we are just saying is to authenticate the truth of the matter. In other words, we are just verifying how true you are. When you submit your VAT return, your corporate tax return, we already know your turnover and so forth. So that is under the, we are taking this as well to those SMEs even at Mbare, Msika, and so forth. We've engaged the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprise. We've already agreed that we are going to be putting the association first, then we move to the members. And luckily, every SME is an affiliate board. And that's what we are now doing as an organization, and also with the backing of the government. Then the second question was, there's confusion at the border. Okay, this one I think was not very clear, but let me take it like that. The confusion that was caused was mainly because of the SI currently. SI 2064, okay, when we started to implement it, it had a lot of challenges. True clients were actually not educated, we didn't inform them in time and so forth. But as Zimra, we are implementers. We tried to advise the relevant ministry, but during the time we were asked to implement it. And we went ahead and do so. But the challenge that we had was a bit of resistance. And this is what we have now tried to curtail. Again, in agreement with the ministry, the relevant ministry. We have put up an additional information exercise where, because the SI had also even limited those that are coming from the other countries into Zimbabwe as far as, for example, tourism is concerned. They normally bring in goods which they call or want to use into Zimbabwe. And these are normally for finishing the journey. Then they consume them in Zimbabwe and buy also in Zimbabwe. So we've put up a list of those items with the limitations as a way of clarifying which goods can now come in and which goods you cannot import. For example, we are, on creamers, for example, we are saying you can bring in 2 bottles of creamers, but anything in excess of that, it will attract duty. So there's a list, you can go to our website, there's a list now in place. Customer care at our border posts. Sorry if that happened to you, but we have tried to drill our officers as much as possible to make sure that customer care is a priority. We have complaints registers. And please, if you are not treated well at any border post, there is a book that is there where you can actually write your complaint and mention the respective officer. Because our officers have got IDs, and you can actually know which one is which. Or immediately you can go to the supervisor or the station manager. Our borders have got, the smallest border is a supervisor. And areas like Plumtree, they've got a station manager. Bedbridge has got a regional manager. So try as much as possible to make sure that if you don't get the good service, you escalate it upwards. How are we addressing those issues? We have got a vibrant training center, which takes our officers almost twice in a year as far as client care issues are concerned, depending on the feedback that you give us yourselves. So we are trying as much to make sure that that is done. But lining up pockets, it's not the responsibility of the Zimra officer alone. It's also your responsibility, because corruption only takes place when 2 people agree. So if the officers are rate seeking, please report them. Please report them as much as possible. Because I've said we have the superiors at each border post. So try as much as possible. We have even enhanced the information at the border post. If you go to any border post, there's the name of the regional manager, and also there's contact details, cell phones, they are there at each border post, and the station manager is also, and also the supervisor. So you can just phone whilst they are still at that border post, I'm being mistreated this way, and action will be taken.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The fundamental point, though, because you are representing the commissioner, the fundamental point, though, Commissioner, is that the border posts are not friendly. As the gentleman said, you are a returning resident. You've been out of the country. The law is very clear in terms of the process that you should do, but your life is made increasingly difficult. The people that have driven across our borders, and the feedback is pretty much the same. You fly from wherever you are flying. You got to Harare International Airport. The flight has been delayed. You stand in a long queue because immigration, there's 3 officers on the desk. As soon as you pick up your luggage, there's 15 intimidating men and women waiting to ask questions to you. These are the issues that we're talking about. The governor is appealing for FDI, the ministry is going to China, is going to South Korea, is going to Brazil, is going everywhere else. They clear immigration and they are confronted with 10 intimidating men and women uniform in gray uniforms. All we're saying is, Commissioner, we're not going to ask you to respond to this, but as part of this dialogue, please, can we look at this issue? Yes, thank you. Can I take round 2 of questions, please? On this side, it's warming up. This is like diesel engines. Starting with the Senior Vice President at the front. I'm sorry, sir. Protocol requires that I start with the Senior Vice President. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my question is also for Mr. Gova, Zimra. I want to put you on the spot a bit. There's an article that I saw in the Independent yesterday talking to the fact that Zimra wishes to take over collection of pension contributions from NASA. I just wanted to understand whether there is truth in that, and if there is truth in that, what the purpose or what the thinking around that is. If there's also truth, I would love to hear the views of David Chewe, representing the Zambian authority in terms of pension contributions, what he also thinks about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Vice. Please, the gentleman who is over there, who is putting on, what color is your sweater? Is that a zebra one?
Thank you. My name is Tanias Matemawi. My question is directed toward Dr. Mlambo. On the issue of bond notes, what will be the denomination of those bond notes? Also, personally, I think we do not want those bond notes from the ATM machines. We would rather have, the smaller the denominations, the better, and we would rather have them in supermarkets as change rather than getting them from the ATM.
Thank you. Can you please can I have the microphone? This just right across across here. There's a gentleman who is right in front of me.
Is it me? You are next.
No. Sorry, I'll come to the audit partner. This gentleman who is right here. Sorry to my.
Thank you. My name is Takura Mdekunye. And the question is for the Deputy Governor. So, according to the communication from the Reserve Bank and also in the presentation today, we've been told that the reason the 200 million export incentive is going to be paid in bond notes is that there is a fear that it will be externalized. But if you look at the amount of panic that we've seen in the market since April, and it would be useful to see statistics in this regard. I suspect that the amount of US dollars that have left the formal banking market is actually a lot higher than 200 million. Are we not afraid, or is the governor not considering the possibility that they might have created a larger hole than the 200 million potential hole that they think they are fixing by introducing bond notes? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take this question, which is in the middle lane.
All right, thank you. My name is Jay Takutswa Tsokodai, and my question is, what's the real rationale of incentivizing exports when we're exporting raw minerals and mostly tobacco, and we're not going to smoke all of it anyway? And is the government not hiding a subsidy and calling it an incentive? If that's the case, then what's the position of free trade with blocks such as COMESA And shouldn't that be part of the fiscal policy and not the monetary policy?
Thank you. Thank you. We'll respond to those comments, then we'll come to the third round. I'll turn the first point on NASA and Zimra around a little bit and say, normally, Mr. Chewe, people that run organizations like yours, if they are not accountants, they are doctors. So I almost called you doctor. So I may actually be tempted just to call you Dr. Chewe anyway. You run a very successful organization in Zambia. We've seen what has happened in Zambia. And in fact, when the government borrowed 2 billion, as you said, the local fund managers were kind of uptight in that they were not given an opportunity to partake. We have got a scenario that at this stage we actually don't know in Zimbabwe whether it's true or not. We also woke up yesterday to read in the press to say there was a tug of war between the National Pensions Company and the revenue collector, where the revenue collector wants to collect the pension money from us and retain 10% for as part of agents' fees. What is your experience in Zambia in terms of the pension company? I think it's called NAPSA or something like that. Collection versus ZRA.
Thank you very much. I think the first point I would make is if Zimra is going to be collecting just from the administrative perspective and with a view that they will remit the funds as they have collected them, that would be okay. But the challenge that you would normally have is the fact that as they collect, they would want to recover some fees, which are administrative fees, and those are very difficult to justify. And then the third point is that the likelihood of the treasury, because when they're under pressure, they would want to misuse the monies, thereby disadvantaging the members. So in the Zambian experience, what has happened is that we do our own collections, but we collaborate with the equivalent of Zimra for the purpose of assisting us in the administrative bit. But we've resisted attempts by the central government through the treasury in using this as an avenue for accessing the money so that they can support the fiscus. And the way we've assisted the central government is by, like I stated in my presentation, asking them to issue marketable instruments, namely the treasury bills and bonds, which we can invest just like any other investor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, is what we read about in the newspaper yesterday on the agenda, or there is a preliminary dialogue, to use a political word?
Thank you, Coordinator. I don't have any particular pinch of that information, and even the source of that information, I think, is not very true. It's news making. We don't have the law for that.
Okay. Thank you. Governor, a few points have been raised in terms of the bond notes and then the capital flight that maybe may have occurred versus the 200 million incentive. I want to throw in another comment so that you can deal with them at the same time. As sure as we are born, we know that one day we shall go. As sure as we dollarized in 2009, at some stage, we shall have our own currency. We're calling for dialogue from a Zimbabwean context. Is this not the time, because we've lost 2015 and 2015 already, is this not the time that we shall be brave enough to provide leadership to this country and set up a national committee to deal with procedures in terms of how we shall be able to return to our own currency at some future? Very transparent, public hearings and everything else, so that everybody is on the same page. We're working together in building the Zimbabwe that we want, instead of coming up with through the back door.
Thank you. So denominations, initially, they will track the US dollar denominations because they will exchange at 1-to-1. I hear the skepticism, but our plan is they should exchange at 1-to-1. So you have a dollar, you'll have a $5 note, $10, and possibly, well, definitely $20, but not more than 50, not up to 50. 50 would be very rare, but up to $20 because we want to keep the denomination small to begin with. Look, like I said, the bond notes are an alternative. And we want to set up a sort of a type of an exchange bureau where those, because obviously if you have two notes in your pocket, one is a $1 US dollar, one is a bond note, you're more likely to buy with the bond note first before you buy with your dollar. That's human nature, and I understand that. But look at another scenario which is possible. Suppose I have a system that I put in place that whenever I need my US dollars, I can go and get them from that center. Over time, I build enough confidence to know that I don't have to always keep my dollars because when I need them, I can get them. If you can build that system and it works efficiently, you increase the confidence in the system. So I understand the skepticism and the fears that people have. But here you have a situation where you have to deal with an actual cash shortage problem. Zimbabweans don't want to use rands. If you'd wanted to use rands, would have solved it. It would have been easier. But it's also wrong to think that this is a currency problem. It's a productivity problem. It's not a currency problem. You can solve with any currency. You can bring any currency you want here. You will not solve it unless you solve competitiveness and productivity. So the second question on externalization look, the announcement, our figures show that in the week that we announced, there was a dip in deposits, a sharp dip in deposits. But over time, it has stabilized, and we're back to above a $5 billion deposits in the banking system. Now, there are a number of reasons why that's happening. One is clearly that you can't get your money out of your account, so you stabilize the account. But two, it also means that as we talk about these issues, and I'm hoping that as we talk about the bonus before they come in October, you begin to understand where we are coming from. And if we can assure you that we won't replace your US dollars and your rands, our hope is that you will begin to give the system a chance. So yes, there was a dip in the first week after the announcements, but it has stabilized for the reasons that I have given. So the hole is not as large as we think it is. Maybe we'll see when the bond note comes in whether there was it will drill down again. But look, this is an experiment. This is something that it's not an experiment. Sorry. So don't quote me. I never said it's an experiment. This is not an experiment. So this is we are all dealing with a situation where we do not know, and coming to your question, we do not know historically, we do not know of a country that is completely dollarized and then de-dollarized. So we are dealing with a system, something that has not been done before. And we are not therefore, we cannot, dollarization, once it's complete, is very difficult to reverse. And we don't think Zimbabwe is ready for a de-dollarization right now. We don't have enough reserves. We need to have enough reserves. We only have 2 weeks, and actually maybe now even less than 2 weeks import cover of reserves. We don't have a manufacturing sector that is functioning, agriculture that is functioning, and so on. And we don't have the public does not yet have confidence in a local currency. So it would need to start in stages. Maybe if you're going to introduce a local currency, you need to start in stages. Once you've put in your conditions, especially in terms of reserves, you maybe start with a currency board of some sort before you go to your full local currency. So the steps are not there yet. I'm speaking here as an economist. The conditions for a local currency are not there yet.
Thank you, Governor. The conditions for a local currency, ladies and gentlemen, are not there yet, but all of us are educated. If those conditions aren't there yet, Governor, I really believe that there ought to be dialogue and convergence in what those conditions actually are. So that from monitoring and evaluation point of view, there's convergence of the mind, all of us run together. What we don't want to have is to have those conditions housed only in one office and being known only to that particular office. This is why we end up with all these issues. So we're really encouraging Governor, as you go back to your offices, that this issue be given the most important attention that it deserves. We need to understand the roadmap. It's an experiment, but it is a future that we believe in. Anything that is in the future is an experiment, but we shall walk the road because we believe in it. Thank you, Governor. I'm going to be going the third and final round to take questions, starting off with Tumai, who is over here. Please, can we try to diversify the questions a little bit? If you ask a question now to Zimra, chances are I'm not going to give Mr. Gova an opportunity to respond to the tax issue.
Sorry, Mr. Malonga, before I ask my question, I think there was a question around the issue of an indirect subsidy directed at the Deputy Governor, if he could deal with that as well.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that one.
Governor.
Look, the normally, and it should be the case, export incentives are a fiscal issue. There's no way they can be dealt as a monetary policy issue. But this is a sort of a medium-term solution. Response to the problem of low exports. The $200 million that we're putting in place will not deal with the whole problem. So you'll have to have Zimtrade and Minister of Finance come in eventually. So this is a stopgap measure that we're putting in place. It's not the final solution. It has to be a fiscal issue because it's much bigger. And actually, we already have representation from certain manufacturers who think that the 5% is even too small. We need to put it at about 15%.
I think, Governor, the dilemma that we have, and I don't expect you to say anything on this, the dilemma that we have got is that on one hand, we're talking about bond notes as a way to resolving the cash shortages that we have, that I don't need US dollars to pay for my local subscriptions to ICAZ, which I fully understand, that I don't need US dollars maybe to buy tomatoes. But at the same time, we're giving a very spirited argument to say this is an export incentive. You know, there's kind of a bit of a disconnect in there, and hence the confusion that is in the marketplace. On one hand, export incentive. On the other hand, we try to find out a way of exchange in the local market. As you know, as an economist, Governor, exchange is about confidence. When I go and pay Lobola and I'm charged a cow, and I deliver a cow, my in-law believes that this is a fair exchange. I think that's the dichotomy that we've got. And when you look, and really, Governor, when you look at how many times we've changed statements around the bond notes. Today is this, tomorrow we're doing 40% rand, tomorrow we're doing this and everything else. I would really rather that from now on, maybe don't even issue public statements. Debate this thing within the RBZ and do your dialoguing as much as possible. I'm not going to ask you to say a comment. Tuma, your slot is taken. Thank you so much. Now I'm moving over to the next person. Sorry, Tumai. No, I'm joking.
All right, thank you, Canada. This one is directed to the Deputy Director in the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. And it's very, very specific. In fact, it's specifically on Statement 35 in terms of SI 64. Your ministry seemed to push for the banning of tissue wadding. And just for the benefit of everyone in here, tissue wadding is raw material of tissue paper, but did not equally ban the importation of finished product of tissue paper. And yet the ministry came out to say that there was dialogue with manufacturers and industry in terms of coming up with this particular SI. I think in the process of pushing for improving in manufacturing, a lot of those particular industries, whether it's Lulu, whether it's Celeste, are small businesses supporting in excess of 200 employees. And then you go and you ban the raw material and allow for still the importation.
Thank you, sir. I think the point is that. Can you pass on the microphone to your neighbor?
Thank you. My name is Tonga Naistole. Allow me to combine a question on SI 64 and bonus because it's related. To the Deputy Director in the ministry, my question is that when the SI was pronounced, the number of disturbances that we see in the market signify that a lot of the commodities that are coming into this country are imported, including basic commodities. People cross the border to buy foodstuffs. Now, when we introduce bond notes, what place does, what is on the ground to allow for there not being a parallel exchange rate? Because we see there's an appetite for US dollars when people want to go and import. But now using the bond note, it's a currency, I'm not sure if it's a currency, that you cannot use elsewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we take the point right at the back?
My name is Derek Odote, and my question is directed towards the Deputy Governor. I think we all agree that if we're going to effectively deal with an issue, we need to understand exactly what the extent is. So from your bird's eye view, my question really is, how big is the hole? So currently when we look at the money in circulation, how much of it is not represented by foreign cash or by nostro accounts? And then looking into the future, how much of the future have we mortgaged? And what is that going to translate to as a percentage of GDP?
Thank you. Deputy Director, we shall come to, in fact, I'll take that question. I'll take those two. And ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, you have to allow me to close with those two because I still need to give the panelists a few more issues that have been raised from the diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Changer. I'm TC. My question is directed to Deputy Chair. In 2005, the highly indebted country's status changed when the country got the debt write-off of 6 billion. I would want to know, how did you manage to do that so that we can also learn lessons from that?
Thank you. There was another question very close to the gentleman. Are you raising your hand, sir? No. Are you? No. Okay. Yes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My question is also directed to the Reserve Bank. What was the rationale for 200 million? Is it the only amount that we could get, or was there working to say this is going to fill in the gap? Why I'm asking this is, as an accountant, if we divide 200 million by 5 million people as an estimate who have purchasing power, it's $40 per person. And will this be enough to cover the cash shortage that's currently going on?
Thank you. Thank you. The last question.
Furthermore, sorry.
No, I said one question per person. Please say I have to be fair to everybody. I'm sorry. Can we ask this gentleman to ask the question, please? Thank you.
The question is directed to the Deputy Governor.
I wanted to inquire whether we've done enough considerations regarding the use of the rand. From my experience, I work in a financial institution in Namibia. Most of the trade within the region is currently being done within the rand. And currently, most financial institutions, most banking institutions have been tasked to come up to form or to become part of the SADC integrated regional settlement system. So CIRUS is a system that's basically supposed to facilitate payments and settlements within the SADC region as part of the roadmap and the vision of the SADC heads of state to facilitate cross-border transactions within the region. So I remember trying to make a payment from my account in Zimbabwe to an account in Namibia, and it was supposed to go through correspondent banking. So we have a system called CIRUS that allows us to trade in rand, but we have to purchase US dollars for us to make a payment to a Namibian company or to a Namibian entity. So isn't that then negatively affecting the Nostra position, which we can alleviate through use of the rand? And may we not need to sensitize the population on this new development within the region?
Okay, thank you. Last question, the gentleman in glasses.
My name is Albert Chiremba. I'm just going to read something for the Deputy Governor. I know he's an economist, and I also did the elementary economics at high school. Pertaining to the bond notes, I think, Mr. Malonga, you highlighted the issue where the confusion of the export incentive and a bit to address the liquidity, how it will end up with me. But I think, according to Gresham's law, it says it's a monetary principle stating that the bad money drives out good. In current valuation, it states that if a new coin, okay, in this particular instance, the paper, it's a bad money, is assigned the same value, $1 equal to one bond, I don't know whether we'll call it $1 bond note, the same value as an old coin containing high amount of precious metal, then the new coin will be used in circulation while the old coin will be hoarded and disappear from the circulation. Are we not going to have a situation, I know you talk about the Beru thing whereby people can walk in and get US dollars, but are we not going to have a situation whereby everyone will have bond notes and the US dollars would have disappeared completely out of the system?
Thank you. Sure. It's kind of quite a few questions, Deputy Governor. And certainly, we already, I think, have got two values of monies. The value of an RTGS transaction and the value of a cash transaction. I think already they are distorted, which is very unfortunate. So I'll give you a bit of time, Governor, to address all those issues and start with the Deputy Director from the Ministry. SI 64, bond notes. I'm sure we all were listening when Mr. Chair from Zambia was walking us through the journey that they traveled. And he did highlight on one of his slides the issue of trying to come up with a very clever import substitution policy as a way of managing the deficits. I think it was very clear from a Zambian experience what they've had. And today, I'm not so sure if all of you noted, Zambia's population is 15 million. GDP at 2015 levels. Did you hear what the GDP was? Okay, to accountants, not economists. Accountants, what number did you hear? 62 billion. 62 billion. So, Deputy Director, as you comment, I just want you to take that into account. Thank you. Be brief as you can, please, Deputy Director.
Okay, thank you for the questions. On SI 64, I know the question was so specific. Maybe what I would just say to you is the ministry right now, I'm sure before I even came here, we had a meeting with the industrialists. I know ZNCC was present, CZI was present. The consultations, because I know when we put the SI, it was not fully, we did not fully consult everybody. But what came out of the discussion is the two bodies were in support of SI 64. You know, it's a catch-22 sometimes for government. What happens is the traders, they are complaining about the SI 64. Then on the other hand, we are having industrialists saying, yes, we push for that, what we wanted. But what we can say is we are looking at both concerns for the traders and also for industries. But the ultimate aim is we want to industrialize. Then the facilitator has just linked the industrialization policy, what we call the import substitution industrialization policy. And in some countries, we talk of export-oriented industrialization policies. So his question now is, given the Zambian experience, what the speaker said about the import substitution being a failure versus the export-oriented industrialization, to say which path can we go? We, as the Minister of Industry and Commerce, I would actually assure you that we are the voice of industry. When we approach Minister of Finance for tax rebates, when we approach ZIMRA to implement, the idea, the background of our ministry is we are looking at you. Whatever you articulate to us, definitely that is what we put forth. Because there is no way we can industrialize without your support, without addressing your concerns. So yes, raw materials, you talked about the, what was the product, the wrapping, whatever?
Yeah.
Tissue, yes. We have discovered that on SI 64, some of the products that have been put there are actually raw material. So your concern actually is being addressed because we are looking at making sure that the raw materials come in without any hindrance, because the idea is we want to industrialize.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Joseph, do you want to comment on the same issue? As he has said, it's kind of a catch-22 situation, really. You know, I was having a conversation with a colleague. You know, 80% of the product that is in the supermarkets, I'm told, I have not engaged an economist to confirm this, 80% is imported. That's what I'm told. How do we stimulate aggregate demand in an economy which is highly import dependent for purposes of buying the imported product which is on our shelves? I think I want you to comment on that from an economist point of view, Joseph, you know, in addition to what the Deputy Director said.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is a complex interconnection or interconnectedness of a number of things that we need to do, both for the near term and also for the medium and long term. And I think Deputy Governor has pointed out a number of those things. In my presentation yesterday, I spoke about declining demand, which is a feature of what we see on our everyday life. The thing is, at the present moment, whatever stimulus measures we put in place is likely to filter into consumption. And if it filters into consumption, it widens the current account deficit, leading to the problems that DG has pointed out. What do we need to do? We must do, in the near term, all the measures that we need to do to address absorption, reduce absorption in the economy, and then build the economy's capacity for medium and long-term growth. How is that? It's expenditure reducing, it's expenditure switching. We must, at all levels, from the private sector point of view, from government point of view, reduce every aspect of consumption spending, increase investment in capital and in infrastructure development. And those are the sort of things that over time will help us to build the economy's capacity to produce goods and services locally. Having said that, it may well mean even beyond, in the near term, the current account might worsen. Let me stop there.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Governor, or DG, I've just learned something. DG, we all now understand the issue of nostro accounts that we did not need to understand a few years back. What is the extent of the war?
The issue of the nostro account, let me start with that. Look, those figures I can't give you.
Thank you.
But what I can tell you is that the nostro accounts are under serious pressure. In fact, what we're thinking right now is that in addition to
and this is a thinking, it's not policy yet. In addition to the what you don't like, in addition to the bond notes, we need to have a nostril stabilization facility that will help the banks to stabilize their nostrils in the medium term, well, in the short term when exports are not yet increasing. And I think, for me, I think that makes sense. But like I said, it's a thing that is it's not yet policy, it's something that one is thinking about, of how we can stabilize. But the issue of the whole, I think all of you are importing, you know the backlog that you have. So that's an indication to you of how much stress there is on the Nostro account.
Okay, thank you, DG. I'll give you a bit of a break on that point. I'm going to go to Mr. Chewe. How did you manage to get debt forgiveness, Mr. Chewe? Very, very briefly, please, Mr. Chewe.
Yeah, thank you. As I had indicated, we were on a prescription. So in other words, IMF, World Bank, and our cooperating partners had given us some specific benchmarks that we had to meet. And to be able to do that, there was a concerted effort which involved the private sector. I can give you an example. With regard to addressing the issue of having adequate import cover, because we had to report periodically. And what I did that time, I was treasurer for Standard Chartered. We were having to do swaps with the central bank. We will give them foreign currency so that they boost up their reserves and meet the reporting period. At the point when they are reporting, we had actually managed to meet some specific benchmarks. Then there were issues to do with a reduction in government expenditure. Again, they had specific benchmarks they had to meet. And what helped really is that the politicians gave the central bank some element of independence so that they could deal with the pressure that comes from, remember, if you are removing subsidy, social unrest comes in. But that is an area where the politicians find it very difficult. But they had to do it with an understanding that we have to meet these timelines. And the central bank was very instrumental. They also had to call for patriotism, particularly for us professionals. And Standard Chartered Bank is a private company, but it was very, very instrumental. We had to raise money to support companies through syndications, and that was a new thing just to help address the short-term issues. And I think what is important for the audience is that when you are going through these structural dosages, they come with conditions that are very difficult to implement, but you have to be resolute and take a step. And I think this is what Zimbabwe is going through. There will come a time when this will be a thing of the past, but for now, let's find a way of supporting the central bank, because some of the measures they're coming up with, it's a desperate measure, but it is a measure that helps to come out of this mess in order for us to get to the next level. If you don't support it, you're actually delaying the resolution of the problem.
Thank you, sir. DG, I think there's been many calls from quite a number of quarters in terms of US dollar versus adoption of the rand. After all, South Africa is our biggest trading partner, whichever way. We've become an ATM of the region from a dollar point of view. The issue of the rand, customs union, and so forth. Do you want to comment on that?
Right. Look, the thing about the rand. Yes, we are members of CIRES. We participate in CIRES. This is the payment system, regional payment system that is operating. Our challenge in this country is that we trade. In other words, we trade with a rand-denominated country, but we price in US dollars. And therefore, because of that, and because of the volatility of the rand, South Africans are now also invoicing us in dollars, because that protects the value of their exports to us. So we're negotiating, and also there's an issue of the foreign exchange control rules in South Africa. So we're negotiating to talk to the South African authorities that they should allow South African exporters to Zimbabwe to price us in rands.
because we do have runs in this coming from the financial system. I think Barry can also confirm there are a number of the runs are not a big problem here, but the problem is when you are invoiced in dollars, you settle in dollars. So and then the use of the rand itself is the Zimbabwean public that on their own have rejected the rand. We have not said don't use the rand or use the rand. But on your own, you have decided you want to use the dollar, and I don't know why. Well, I know why, but I wish we would all want to accept the rand, because that is an easier currency for us to deal with. Since 60% of our trade is with South Africa, that would be easier. But somehow Zimbabweans want the dollar, and I know you're buying stability, but you're also introducing challenges in the policy area.
I think DG is a question of leadership. We've learned in the last few days about the role of leadership in everything that we do. I think we're only following what our leaders have basically prescribed. If we had gotten to October and have, it's a pity our minister is not here, but I'm hoping this message can get to him. If we were to get to October, November, and have the honorable minister standing in parliament and say, honorable members of the House, because of the situation that this country is going through, the ministry and cabinet have taken a deliberate decision that from this budget onwards, I'm going to be reporting in South African rand. And he outlines his entire budget in South African rand and nothing based in US dollars. We'll read between the lines and say this is what government is saying. But really for us to be saying the people have rejected the rand and so forth, when government and everything else is so US dollar, it's kind of running away maybe from responsibility. To provide, we desperately need leadership on the issues that are confronting this country.
I think you all know that, and I hope it's working already, that Minister of Finance has already said government accounts should be paid in rands, whether you're paying for electricity or, I hope Zimmer is already implementing that also, that at the border they take rands. So we've already started in that process. My worry is always this debate, and I want to be very clear on this one. This debate always comes to saying we should push for the acceptance of the rand in the economy. Be very careful what you ask in an elected body to force you to do, because tomorrow will force you to do something else and you will complain. So it has to be the people of Zimbabwe that decide that they want to use the rand. We put the facilities available, but we cannot ourselves, and that is why I was saying that from the central bank perspective, and I'm very clear about that one, from the central bank perspective, no one will be forced to use the bond note.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Governor, but the bond notes are coming anyway. So if you're going to be exporting, you shall receive your money in bond notes, you shall receive your export incentive in bond notes, and you can trade in bond notes. So if you happen not to have US dollars and you've got bond notes, then you shall transact in bond notes. Pay a contractor, the next contractor will also be paid, and that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, I have to try to bring this to a close. And therefore, as we bring this to a close, Mr. Chewe did mention something to say, if my people that are called by my name shall turn against their wicked ways and humble themselves and come to me, indeed, I will hear them and redeem them. I think we are still in a 2008 mentality in hyperinflation, whether we like it or not. A question was asked yesterday when we were debating the accounts to say, Mr. Chief Executive, tell us what it is that you're doing about costs. The Chief Executive says no salary increase for the last 3 years in a deflationary economy and everything else. The economists will tell you that they've had a salary increase. Verecha told to say in a deflationary environment, costs are coming down and this and everything else. All we heard yesterday was that there was no salary increase. We should be bold enough and say it's time that we introspect and also look at ourselves in our businesses, in everything that we are, and say maybe the salaries and wages should come down. They've come down in a lot of organizations. they've come down in a lot of organizations. And look, I have to give my government credit, DG. When they couldn't pay salaries, they processed $100 in advance. I think that's the first step. That's the first step towards, please don't, if there's any civil servants here. Okay. I now want to summarize this. I'll start from the World Bank. Your parting shot, I really just need a minute on this because these guys and ladies and gentlemen have got sports to do. Your parting shot, from the World Bank. Please, can you pass the microphone to to Marco from the World Bank? Parting shot.
Okay, thank you very much to have this opportunity to mingle with accountants. My parting shot is that we as World Bank, we are actually encouraging re-engagement to open the economy so that capital can flow in the economy.
Thank you, and we certainly hope that when the World Bank and ADB come to Zimbabwe to do infrastructure rehabilitation projects, they shall emphasize the need to preserve the capital in Zimbabwe and prioritize local contractors. We can take this offline. Mr. President, any parting shot, or you preserve your parting shot for the evening? Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For me, 2 points. The first one, I would want to urge the professionals in this room, as the country goes through this reform, you need to guard against the personal needs and ensure that you avoid what we've suffered from. When we were privatizing, we ended up giving away value simply because certain individuals wanted to benefit. And Zimra official talked about the issue relating to the non-taxpayers. This is largely as a result of loss of skills and people wanting to benefit at personal level. They now start to work against the system. So you need to ensure in your negotiations, or when you talk about investor protection agreements, guard against agreements that work for individuals and ensure that your country benefits. Then the second point from the ministry, you have said that the commerce and industry is the voice of the industry. Our experience has been that it's easier said than done. They will say it, but they don't do it. And I would urge that there is a proper mechanism for this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph?
Thank you. Perhaps this is also for DG to think through as they engages, the Reserve Bank engages with the ministry. How do we help government reduce current expenditure in nominal terms in a wage sticky price situation that we face? Could it be that we could actually be able to say, by switching to the rand as the transacting currency, we then say, let's switch not at 15, but we switch at 12, at the exchange rate of 12. Immediately, what that does is to cut government wage bill by 20%. And also not just the wage bill of government, but also the private sector. And what this does is also to promote exports, because the rand is a weak currency vis-a-vis the US dollar. We have achieved two things with one bed shot.
Thank you, Mr. Mberecha. Mr. Chiwao?
Okay, thank you. Maybe my parting words to you is the ministry is actually aware that the introduction of bond notes is just symptomatic. It's just a symptom that we are facing. The real thing lies in productivity, like what the DG has just said from the Reserve Bank. So our aim is to push the export possibilities frontier and also try to manage the import possibilities frontier.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
DG?
Just to say that the only way we can move forward as a country is if we're willing to take hard decisions and stick with them. When we got ESAP, we all cried until it was removed. We need to make very hard choices and stick with them. It will be better tomorrow if we do that.
Thank you, Mr. Kova.
Let's take ownership of our Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mabango, I'm sorry, I ended up, shielding you from a lot of nonsense that was going on. My apologies. My apologies. Please, your parting shots.
Thank you very much, MC. My fellow panelists said it earlier on, we are talking to decision makers here, and my parting statement is make those deliberate decisions to work in partnerships to support the SME sector.
Thank you. And the MC's parting statements. We talked about membership yesterday. We talked about subscriptions. We talked about write-off of $53,000 because of members not taking ownership of their institution. And this is the same people that we've got listening to this presentation, coming to attend winter school. I think we must take ownership, ladies and gentlemen. We must take responsibilities and make sure that members of this institute honor their obligation to support the institute that was started in 1919 so that we can leave it for our children's children. I must thank all my panelists for taking the trouble to attend to all these issues. These are fundamental issues. They are being summarized. We want to compile them into a document that then can be presented to the policymakers. Thank you so much for your passion for our flag, for our passion for Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator.
Before you, please, I need to have a photograph for the panelists. I don't know, Tapio, if you want to do that.
I think we can. I think
okay. Yes. I'm
Prudence can come up and just give a token of appreciation to the facilitator who has to catch a flight. And maybe if the cameraman can just go in the middle and... Thank you very much, Mr. Super. Thank you very much. For a group photo. Okay, the panelists can please come down. While the panelists are coming down for a group photo, I would like to call upon MBCA to come and conduct the draw. If MBCA could please come up. And while they're coming up, just a reminder for those who want to play volleyball to please register. It is important for the planning of that activity. Okay, the prize, there are 3 prizes to be won for the MBCA draw. It's 3 dinner tickets for 2 at the Mikos. So, Mr. Kunaka, if you can just come up, please, Mr. Kunaka, I'm over here, and just read the winner. Or would you like to do that? He doesn't mind.
Mr. Arthur Marara.
We're so grateful to MBCA for the sponsorship.
Mr. Nyasha Zhou. Nyasha Zhou. Ruvimbo. Is it Gavera?
Well, thank you very much to MBCA for that. We really appreciate it. As we close for lunch, I want to thank all the sponsors: Old Mutual, CBZ, ZB Bank, Nichols Diamond, Get Cash, MBCA, Astor Industries, Barclays, Deloitte, Grant Thornton, Nyarado Group, KPMG, PwC, Tonga Juliet, African Century, Zimplats, First Mutual Life, AMG Global, Delta Corporation, BDO, Debt Labs, Schweppes, Econet, FedEx, Hempex Sport, Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe Independent, and we'll continue to thank the other sponsors throughout the day.